Mr. Harris.
Morning, Your Honour. The first witness this morning will be Monica Tucker.
Thank
you. Monica Tucker, please.
Remain standing there for the moment, Ms. Tucker. Will you take an oath or an affirmation?
Oath.
Space is on and listen, thank you. Silence, please. Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, ma'am. Please have a seat.
Thank you. Could you please state your full name for the record?
Monica Alice Tucker.
You're a registered nurse, is that right?
Yes, I'm a nurse consultant.
Thank you. A clinical nurse consultant, is that right? Can I ask that this please be shown a copy of her statement, which we'll find within volume 23 of the brief? Yeah, if you feel comfortable, Ms. Tucker, please remove your mask if you're comfortable to do so. Thank you. Is volume 23 at tab 15, please? Is that a copy of a statement that you prepared, I think, on the 20th of May 2021?
Yes.
Have you had a chance to look at that statement recently?
Yes.
So the content's true?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm just going to start with your qualifications. Did you qualify as a registered nurse in 1985?
Yes.
And subsequent to that, you've held various roles, including, is this right, from about 2012 you commenced working in the aged care sector?
Yes.
And relevantly, did you commence a role within Anglicare in November of 2018?
Yes.
Was that role a clinical nurse consultant in palliative care?
Yes.
What does that term clinical nurse consultant mean?
A clinical nurse consultant is someone who, in aged care, assists the sites when the residents who live there are coming towards the end of their life, and help assist the families and the staff within the home, and also with reviewing residents to ensure comfort care, better care, improve quality of life. So it's not only looking at end-of-life care, it's looking at the palliative process sometime, quite a long time before death. So it may be that someone has had a diagnosis, or, they've had a situation where they no longer wish to return to hospital. They want to be cared for in the aged care home, but they have other comorbidities that can be managed within the home with the help of outreach teams. And so part of that is to help communicate and facilitate and educate the staff that work in the homes to be able to enable services and better care for the individual involved.
Thank you. What you've just described, is that a description of your role in palliative care within Anglicare from 2018 through to 2021? Just focusing on that term, a clinical nurse consultant, is that a particular qualification that you need to acquire to get that designation?
Normally, a clinical nurse consultant is by experience, rather than a particular qualification. To get there, you'd need experience in the area.
Does that designation, clinical nurse consultant, mean that you have any prescribing rights, that is, to prescribe medication?
No, we don't.
In terms of the role in Anglicare, did you leave Anglicare in April 2021?
Yes.
What's your current role?
Clinical nurse consultant for palliative aged care consultancy service.
I'm just going to ask you a little bit more about palliative care. In your statement, you tell us that during your role at Anglicare, you were responsible for providing palliative care support for residents and their families, and that was in the southern region.
Yes.
Does that southern region mean a number of different nursing homes within Anglicare?
Yes.
So it wasn't just one nursing home, but a number that you were involved in, correct?
That's correct.
And how many was it?
7.
7. In your role, were you nonetheless, did your duties include interacting with families on that issue of palliative care.
Yes.
Did you also have some sort of supervisory role over other staff who were performing a palliative care role?
So it would have been education and support as opposed to supervisory.
And in terms of just focusing your mind prior to the outbreak at Newmarch House, during that period of time, were you actually involved in Newmarch House yourself at all?
No.
So was the southern region somewhere else? Okay. What area geographically we're talking about?
So we're talking about from Malabar down to Nowra.
Very well. Again, focusing on that period prior to the outbreak at Newmarch House, you were involved at some stages in the provision of palliative care to individual families and residents, is that correct?
Yes.
And in that context, did you work on your own or as part of a team when providing palliative care?
So I would have worked with the team in the home. I'd have worked with general practitioners. I'd worked with outreach teams, and I would have been part of the Anglicare palliative care team.
Okay. And when you say outreach teams, is that outreach teams from local health districts and hospitals?
Yes.
In your experience, again focused on the period prior to the outbreak, would that involve outreach teams from hospitals becoming involved in patients who are within care homes?
Yes.
And just to understand it, in your experience, would that involve practitioners attending physically at the home or conducting telehealth at the home, or how was that outreach undertaken?
It depended on the symptoms for the patient, what was needed to be if the GP was unable to manage or needed further advice. So there were a number of ways that could have been delivered. So it could have been by telephone or by telehealth or by a visit to the home. So there was numerous different ways that advice and guidelines could be delivered.
Okay. In terms of the process, and again fixed at that period prior to the outbreak occurring at Newmarch House, was it always a point in time when a decision was made that a palliative process was going to commence?
I just want to clarify the difference between a palliative process and end-of-life care. So palliative care describes the care given to someone when they're coming towards the end of their life, so that it wouldn't be a surprise if that person maybe died within the next 6 months to a year. So the palliative care approach may be put in place for a particular individual after discussion with family members and medical review. And then you can move to end-of-life care, which is usually the last few weeks of an individual's life. Within that time period of the palliative approach being put in place, there may be some symptoms or there may be some conditions that can be reversible, such as urinary tract infections that will make an individual much more comfortable. So the palliative care is the broad term used to describe people, whereas end-of-life care is the last few weeks of a person's life.
Okay, so just so I understand that answer, and in the context of my earlier question, is there a decision made to commence that palliative process, or is it something which just describes a long period of time over which certain actions can be taken?
So normally the decision is made in conjunction with family members that the palliative process is appropriate for this particular resident given whatever's wrong with them. And then the end-of-life process commences when it's clear that that person is now starting to die or that death is imminent.
And you mentioned a couple of times there discussions with families. Do I take it that in your experience prior to the outbreak, you had been involved in those types of discussions, both in relation to commencing a palliative process or end-of-life care?
So that not in Newmarch House, but in my previous position in the southern area, yes.
And is that many discussions? Is that part of your experience?
It depends on the needs of the family. It depends on the symptoms and what's happening with the individual. It depends on the disease trajectory of what you're actually seeing happening to the person. So there may be little communication to there may be a vast amount of communication. It really depends on the individual.
Okay.
Yeah.
And was there in terms of your own approach to those discussions with family members, how would you go about it? Would it be a sit-down discussion? Would it be a phone call? Just how would you approach that sort of discussion?
It could be by phone, it could be by WhatsApp, could be by in face-to-face. It really would depend on what was happening with the situation at the time, the availability of the person responsible, the capacity of the person who is in that situation. So if the person wants to have that conversation one-on-one and they have capacity, well, it may happen at the time of review, or the conversations may happen at a later time, depending on what's happening. So there's no one way to do this.
Does it depend very much on the circumstances of the individual and also the family?
Yeah.
We've heard some evidence in this inquest in relation to a term crisis medications.
Yes.
What do you understand by that term?
Crisis medications are known as anticipatory medications. Crisis medications is an older term used to describe medications that are now well known as anticipatory medications. So they're put in place when it's anticipated that a person may deteriorate further. And if that were to happen and they had symptoms that needed to be managed, there would be those anticipatory medications would be available on an as-needed basis for the individual if that were to occur.
Okay. And do I take from your earlier answer that as part of your practice, you do not get involved in a decision to prescribe crisis medications? Have I understood correctly?
On occasion, I may talk to a general practitioner to say that it's possible, that they would be to please kindly consider if anticipatory medications are appropriate at this given time, depending on whatever the symptoms are for an individual. But I don't physically prescribe any. I do not have any prescribing rights.
Very well. Once those medications are prescribed, as a clinical nurse consultant, can you make decisions as to whether or not it's appropriate to administer those medications?
Yes.
Okay. And is that something you've done in your practice prior to the outbreak?
Yes.
Have you done that many times?
Yes.
And in terms of that process, what is it that you think about when determining whether or not it's appropriate to administer one of those medications?
It depends on the symptoms that the resident is at the time. So if someone's very, very short of breath, if they have pain, if they're terminally agitated, so that's causing that person suffering and discomfort, that those medications then could be given to ensure comfort.
Okay. And that term you just used, terminally agitated, what does that mean?
When a person is actively dying, they can become terminally agitated. Not everybody does. And that's why the medications are as needed and not irregular. Sometimes they become regular if it's obvious that they are needed. But terminal agitation is when someone becomes very, very agitated in the bed. So they would, they could be quite fidgety, they could be very restless, they could be turning from side to side. It's obviously that they are distressed. So at that stage, they may need to be given something like Hypnoval or midazolam to make them more comfortable and reduce that agitation for the individual.
Have you, in your experience prior to the outbreak, observed patients going through that process of terminal agitation? Yes. Many times?
Yes.
And what is it about their presentation that tells you they're terminally agitated? So
what you normally do would be assess, is there an unmet need? So is that person, what's their level of consciousness? Are they, do they need to go to the toilet? Have they a full bladder? Do they need to go to the bathroom? Is there something that you need to do physically, clinically to make that person more comfortable? So you exclude that it's not a discomfort from something that you can fix. Then you would move into what else am I seeing for this person? So with terminal agitation, the person can be, as the word describes, agitated. They can be very, very agitated, restless, unable to reposition, and they don't get, the agitation continues. So then you would move to giving them a breakthrough medication that would make them much more comfortable.
And I take from your earlier answer, that's it in circumstances where that medication has already been prescribed for this person. If it hasn't been prescribed, what would you do?
So that would be escalated then to the treating doctor to discuss what was happening with the person with symptoms, and looking at, sometimes observations aren't taken at end of life, sometimes observations are taken in end of life care. So it would depend on what symptoms the person was exhibiting, and then that conversation would continue with the doctor in charge to say what are the recommendations for this individual.
Thank you. I'm just going to move to another topic, but still focused on that period prior to the outbreak. If you have your statement there and just have a look at paragraph 16, it's on the second page. Just underneath that heading, my involvement with Newmarch House, do you see you say during March 2020 you attended a meeting with Erica Roy? Is that Anglecare's then General Manager of Service Development and Governance Practice? And there are a number of other CNCs, I think, present, and other personnel.
Yes.
And you say at the end of the paragraph, the purpose of the meeting was to discuss Anglecare's approach to resident care in, I think it says, the context of COVID-19. Do you have a recollection of that meeting, first of all?
I'd have to look at the minutes of that meeting. Okay. I can remember going, but I can't remember the meeting.
Perhaps if I approach it this way, you say it was a meeting to discuss Anglecare's approach to resident care in the context of COVID-19. Do you remember what the approach was to resident care? What aspects of the approach were discussed?
I'd have to look at the minutes.
Okay. And is there anything that you recall changing about your own approach to people who were anticipated to have COVID-19 as a result of that meeting? Or do you need to refer to the notes again?
I'd have to refer to the minutes.
Okay. Excuse me. Just to clarify, do you have any memory of the discussion? Or is it that you prefer to refer to the notes to be certain about what was said?
I can remember attending the meeting. I think the context, and I'd have to refer to the minutes, was in how we would... It was an unknown. I'd have to refer to the minutes because I really would be guessing.
Okay.
Yeah.
But does that mean you'd be guessing because you don't have a clear enough memory, or because do you have a memory but it's not?
I can remember going, I can remember being in a room and those people were there, but that's about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very well. I want to move on. Paragraph 17, your statement, you say that you volunteered for the surge team in late April of 2020. At that point in time, what was your understanding as to what the surge team was?
Very little. I had volunteered because I was in a position where I had a grown-up family. I wasn't responsible for any, and I would have liked to be able to help. I knew that there was an outbreak at Newmarch House, and if I could have been helpful, I would have liked to contribute.
From that answer, was it already therefore after the outbreak had been known at Newmarch House that you volunteered, to the best of your recollection?
I think I volunteered previous. I can't be 100% sure, but I think I put my hand up when there was a threat of COVID.
Very well.
Yeah.
And do you recall being contacted by David Goodhue?
Yes.
Was that on the 19th of April?
Yes.
And was it the following day you commenced at Newmarch House?
Yes.
When did you work there until July of that year?
Yes.
Was it every day?
No.
Okay. And in terms of your usual duties, were you doing generally day shifts or night shifts or a mixture?
Day shift.
Okay. When you commenced in Newmarch House, did you have an understanding of what your role was going to be?
My role on commencement at Newmarch House was to assist the team contain the outbreak. that was my brief from the phone call from David Goodhue.
Okay. So was it as broad as that, assist the team? So
To assist,
yeah.
yes, because it was critical that the outbreak was contained.
Did you have any prior working knowledge of Newmarch House itself?
No,
You told me previously you hadn't been responsible for Newmarch House, but had you ever worked there?
no,
Okay. Had you had any training after putting up your hand to be part of the search workforce?
I had training, but I can't remember what date that was.
Was it for the purpose of being involved in the search workforce, or for a different reason?
No, part of the search team.
Okay. And what was the nature of the training? Do you recall?
It was a one-day training in over at the head office, where we had different education on PPE. I'd have to look at the agenda again to see what it was for the day training. But yeah, it was full day's training to make you, I guess, able to go in and function in an outbreak.
Okay. And when you say head office, is that Castle Hill?
Yes.
Okay. You also say in your statement that during that period that you were working at Newmarch House, that's between 20th of April and July of that year, 2020, you actually didn't live at home, is that right?
No.
You lived in a motel?
Yes.
For the whole period? Yes. So
No.
okay.
On occasion, or if you were clear on your testing, then you were able to go home for days. Yeah. The reason I was there was because my partner had asthma, and at the time the recommendations were to isolate. So, yeah.
Did you take a personal decision that you wanted to separate yourself from your family in order to protect them from the risk of exposure? Was that the effect of it?
We were all, a lot of the outreach team were in a motel in Penrith. Okay. Yeah. So recommendations, yeah, at the time.
And in terms of, you've said you worked day shifts during your time there. Were they long shifts? Do you recall what the sort of hours you worked?
So it was normally about 7 to 7.
So 12-hour shifts?
Yes.
And how many days of a week were you working?
Maybe 5.
Okay. In terms of when you actually hit the ground at Newmarch House, how did you understand your role at the commencement of your time at Newmarch House? What were you doing?
Facilitating, ensuring that PPE was available to the staff that were looking after the residents, assisting with education and seeing who needed to go to the educator to get their PPE training, observing and ensuring that everything was correct and present on the table so that the nurses looking after the affected and unaffected residents would have the necessary tools they needed at hand so that they could continue to do that. So a lot of it was a facilitation role and to ensure that we could, what was needed in any particular area was available. And to reduce the risk. So obviously monitoring, observing cleaning staff and what they were doing, everything, catering, how can we ensure that we're reducing the risk? In working with the team that was managing at Newmarch House at the time.
And was that role you've just described, was that something you commenced on your first day on the 20th of April?
So on the 20th, I met with the management team that was in Newmarch at the time and had talked to them about my conversation with David Goodhue and what he had recommended that I do on site. And then we put that into place.
Okay. And just focusing your mind on that first day, the 20th of April, what's your recollection of what it was like inside Newmarch House on that day?
It's very hard. I don't recollect it well. Yeah.
You saw the management team. Did you see other members of staff?
Yes, because initially I often go into aged care homes as part of my role, and what I'll ask for is what's the floor plan of this particular building, so that I can work out who's where and what we need to do. So met, got that information, and then applied that out to what's happening on the floors. And then we'll go around and supervise, if you like. Maybe supervise the wrong word, but monitor, observe, and give feedback. And often, you know, it may have been that you would have lifted 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 boxes of PPE, moved them to an appropriate area so it was available. So it was more of a facilitation role to ensure that what people needed was there.
Did you have any responsibility for other staff, that is managerial responsibility for other staff at that initial stage of your involvement at Newmarch House?
No.
You've mentioned the management team. Do you remember who it was that you actually were reporting to within inside Newmarch House at that commencement?
It would have been Chris Giles.
Okay.
And
is that Christine Giles?
Christine Giles, yes. And Cameron, can't remember her surname.
Is it Cameron Elliott?
Yes.
Do you recall Melinda Burns being present at that point?
I don't recall Melinda being present on that day, but I'm not sure if she was there or not.
Okay. The way you've described one aspect of your role in your statement is firstly assisting Christine Giles. This is paragraph 22. You say to manage the outbreak, which included implementing infection control measures. Just thinking, I think this is going to an aspect of your earlier answer. In terms of that aspect of your role, did you have any particular expertise in implementing infection control measures?
Not in as an RM, I've had training on infection control, but in terms of implementing infection control across a broader site, no.
So were you drawing on your experience as a registered nurse in order to provide that aspect of your role?
Yes.
And in terms of the nuts and bolts of what you were doing, you've described some of these already. So was one aspect in relation to PPE?
Can you ask the question?
Was one aspect of your role about implementing infection control measures related to PPE?
Yes.
And what were you actually doing with that PPE?
Supervising donning and doffing, in referring staff back to the educators to ensure that they were learning how to don and doff properly, and noting if there were any people who were maybe unsure, or, you know, and ensuring that they went back for further training to ensure that they were doing donning and doffing appropriately.
Focus in mind, if you can, on that first week you were there. Did you encounter people who you believed needed to have further training in relation to those aspects?
That's very hard to answer because I haven't got clear memories of the 3 months that I was there. So I know that there were on occasions where I would have recommended and shown staff how to don and doff, but I can't remember the individual circumstances when that was.
But if you can't remember individual circumstances, can I ask you about your impression? Is your impression that this was more of a problem at the commencement of the outbreak than the end? Or was it consistently throughout the outbreak that you had those sort of conversations with staff?
At the commencement of the outbreak, I wasn't there, so I can't comment on that.
Bad question. At the commencement of your time in the outbreak?
I guess my impression was that that would have improved over time, but initially I felt that on my commencement that most staff were pretty good at doing donning and doffing.
Another aspect of your role that you've described in your statement, this is paragraph 23 and also 27, is in relation to staffing. So 23, you said you helped Christine Giles and the workplace trainers determine which RNs were allocated to which residents. So does that mean you're involved in rostering, or is it something different?
So when, not rostering, but when the nurses would come for commencement of their shift, there were boards up for each different area of where the staff were going to be allocated to. So you needed a certain number of registered nurses and care staff to care for both the COVID negative and the COVID positive residents who lived in the home. So therefore, that was quite a complex job to do when the staff turned up, because not always were the numbers that turned up the same as the numbers who were on the roster. And then some nursing staff may have not wished to work in a particular area. Or there was, So part of my role was helping determine where the nursing staff would go, given where they had previously worked. Because the idea was to, if somebody had worked in a COVID positive area, they would stay in that area, and that COVID negative would have nurses that hadn't worked in COVID positive areas. But so when that was part of that role. So to work from that board with the staff that you had at hand to roster, to have them look after the residents in the best way that could be done on the day for the,
Okay, and just to pick up on a couple of things in that answer. One is, you said there was some resistance, I think was your word, from some staff about working in certain areas. Was that to working in COVID positive areas or something different?
So some of the staff had said that their particular agency had said they would be at Newmarch House, but they wouldn't be working in COVID areas. So that had become, we didn't know that until the person came and said, I didn't want to work there. That's not what my agency told me.
Very well. And how would you deal with that sort of issue?
Well, that person then, you at that time, I have to consider what that time was like and how the fear in the community and fear everywhere for COVID-19. So some people didn't want to put themselves in that situation. So we needed to respect that and see how we could allocate that person appropriately.
Does that mean that in those instances where somebody came with an expectation they would only be working with the negative patients, that you would direct them to work with COVID negative patients? Is that what would happen?
So they could work with COVID negative, or sometimes they didn't want to work and then they would go home now.
And also in your previous answer, you said that the idea was that staff who had worked with COVID positive patients would stay working with them and wouldn't then move to the negative patients. Have I understood that correctly? Was that idea followed in practice?
Yes.
But was it always followed?
I didn't do the allocation 100% of the time. It was on some occasions, so I can't answer that question for always.
Very well. Yeah. During the times that you were responsible or undertaking that task, did you always follow that practice?
Yeah.
Excuse me. Just to clarify, were you ever encountering a situation where nurses had been working with positive patients and then refused to continue doing so?
I can't recall.
Can't recall. Was it ever the case that staff who had been working with positive patients would redeploy to negative patients, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, I don't know. No, I can't recall, if that happened, but to the best of my knowledge, no.
Excuse me. Another aspect of the role you described in your statement, and on the topic of, I think, the implementing infection control measures, was marking off clean and dirty areas. Do you recall doing that as part of your role?
Yes.
And what were you actually physically doing? Just describe the process.
So part of it may be setting up an area for staff to have their breaks in. So that was COVID positive staff would eat in that area, have their breaks, so that there wouldn't be that cross to areas where COVID negative staff would, so having different areas for that type of thing, different bathrooms. Can you ask the question again?
I was asking you to describe the process of marking off clean and dirty areas. Mm-hmm. So one aspect you described in your answer just given was marking off areas where the staff could eat or the bathrooms that they could attend. Is that correct? Yeah. And is that to distinguish between staff who worked with positive or negative patients? Have I understood you correctly? Did that process of marking off clean or dirty areas, to use that term, did that change during your attendance at the outbreak?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember when you first did it? Are you able to recall that occasion?
Can't recall.
The focus of my question is, do you recall what was in place at the time of your arrival, whether there were already areas marked off or not?
I can't recall.
Did your role, so having described those aspects of your role at the commencement of your engagement in the outbreak, did your role include attending on patients from time to time?
Yes.
Okay. What sort of size of your task was that? Was that a main part of your occupation, or was it only something you did occasionally?
So that would have been occasionally.
Okay. And again, was there an evolution in your role? Was that something you were doing throughout your time in the outbreak, or was it only towards the later time or at the beginning?
It evolved on an as-needs basis. I guess the advantage was that I had considerable aged care experience, and at times it was necessary to utilise that in the care of residents who were living in the home. And if that need came up, then I would attempt to help and assist at that point in time.
Was it in relation to all aspects of care, or was it in relation to palliative care in particular?
All aspects of care.
Okay. And do you recall occasions when you were involved in aspects of palliative care for patients within Newmarch House during the outbreak?
Some.
Okay. But I might return to that a little later. But do you recall, as a general impression, if there were any significant differences in the way that you engaged in that aspect of your role, palliative care, during the outbreak compared to the way it occurred prior to the outbreak?
Re-ask that question.
Were there any significant differences in the way that you engaged in your role in palliative care during the outbreak as compared to prior to the outbreak?
No.
Okay. Again, I might return to that a little later on. I want to just ask you about hospital in the home, and you deal with this in your statement of paragraph 30 and onwards. What was your understanding of what hospital in the home was when you commenced at Newmarch?
My understanding was that hospital in the home and the VAX team were working together to deliver care for the COVID-affected residents who lived in the home.
Okay. Had you had any experience yourself with a hospital in the home model prior to the outbreak?
Yes.
Okay. So in what sort of circumstances had you encountered that model of care?
Well, that model of care works for most aged care homes in New South Wales. So depending on the area health service and what their ability is to provide that, it would often be used in the aged care setting when someone was ill to, require the needs of either geriatric outreach squad or someone who may need to come in and do some more active treatment within the home.
Okay. And is that something you frequently encountered, or is it only occasionally prior to the outbreak?
No, I frequently would use that often.
Okay. During the outbreak, you said it was your understanding that hospital in the home and VACs were working together.
Yes.
Was there, in your mind, a clear distinction between who was from hospital in the home and who was from VACs?
Yes.
Okay. Are you able to identify any of the particular practitioners that you understood were from one or the other?
So Dr. Bramley was hospital in the home and Dr. Sharma was leading the VACS team.
Okay. Is there anybody else that you can recall now in terms of personnel involved in either?
Well, the VACS team was a team made up of a staff specialist, nurse practitioner and outreach palliative care physician. That would have been Dr. Sharma, Hayley Carpin, who was the nurse practitioner, Dr. Kakat, who was the staff specialist attached to that team, and I can't pronounce the palliative care specialist's surname, but it was her first name was Janthi.
If I gave, and I may be getting this pronunciation wrong as well, but if it was Cassie Reethan, does that ring a bell?
Could well be.
Okay. In terms of the way that operated, you've said at paragraph 30 of your statement, if you just want to have a look at that now, you say on the 17th of April, the local health district established the, quote, hospital in the home scheme. Now, that was prior to your first, do you see paragraph 30?
Yep.
That was prior to your first attendance at Newmarch House, is that right?
Yes.
So do you recall how it is that you became aware of that date?
How I became aware of that date? I've no idea.
Okay. And you go on to say hospital in the home scheme for Newmarch House, which was overseen by Dr. James Branley, an infectious diseases specialist from Nepean Hospital.
Yep.
What was your understanding as to his role?
My understanding was that he was, as previously said, an infectious diseases specialist, and he was recommending, he was taking care of what was happening within the pandemic. But, advising.
And during your initial, let's say, week at the outbreak, commencing on the 20th of April 2020, do you recall seeing Dr. Branley?
Yes.
And was that at Newmarch House?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall what he was doing? Was he attending patients? Was he talking to staff? What do you recall?
He was seeing patients and talking to the management team.
You say, if you look down at paragraph 32, this is with reference to the VACS service. You say it was led by Dr. Anita Sharma. There was also a specialist doctor. Pausing there, I think you've identified Dr. Kakat, is that right? Nurse practitioner, you've identified Hayley Carpin, correct?
Yes.
Geriatrician and palliative care specialist, you've said. You then say this, initially the nurse practitioner and specialist doctor were on site daily. However, this moved to telehealth model as the outbreak progressed. Are you able to give us a time as to when those occurred? Perhaps with reference to when you started on the 20th of April, was it the case that the nurse practitioner or specialist doctor were on site daily at that stage?
I can't recall. I don't know what date they were no longer coming daily. I had met Hayley and I had met Dr. Kakat, but the days that they then weren't visiting daily, I don't know what that date was. I can't recall that.
Okay. And I'm going to bring you to an email shortly, but by the time of the email, was there a situation where either the nurse practitioner or the specialist were no longer attending and they just moved to telehealth?
Yes.
Okay.
But having said that, there were occasions when they did come again. So it wasn't a telehealth model only.
Okay. All right. And when you're talking about telehealth, what's the process? What was actually happening in terms of telehealth that you observed?
So we would log into a link and that would bring it up either on a laptop or on a iPad, where they could then see each resident individually and talk to the nurse that was looking after that resident to get the information that they required to do review, and talk to the resident also.
Okay, so that iPad or that tablet was being used. Were you present during occasions when it was used? So you saw the iPad being directed to the nurse, did you?
Yes,
And
or
also,
sometimes I held it myself.
Okay, and also to the resident? Okay, and just sorry to jump around, but just focusing prior to that point when it was in-person attendances, can you recall how often the specialist doctor and the nurse practitioner were on site? Was it daily at that stage? Or are you unable to say?
I'm unable to say.
Okay. You have a recollection, you told me, of seeing nurse practitioner Haley and meeting Dr. Kakat. Was that at the home?
Yes.
Okay. And in terms of Dr. Branley, again, are you able to recall how often you saw him at the home during that early, let's say, week? Daily basis or less than daily, or not able to say?
Regularly. Possibly daily.
Okay, just going back to the telehealth, that process of, was it doctors within the VAX team or other doctors observing patients and talking to staff through a tablet?
So the VAX team.
Okay. Was that something you'd previously done prior to the outbreak?
Yes.
Okay. And in terms of, from your perspective, as a clinical nurse consultant in palliative care, are there any advantages or disadvantages of having that sort of interaction being conducted by telehealth?
In the aged care setting, it's quite difficult and challenging due to sensory deficits for the residents. So while you can visually see, it's very difficult to communicate, to ask someone for how are they feeling or what are their symptoms, because of hearing impairment or sight impairment or an elderly person being unable to use technology.
So tell me if this is right. A disadvantage would be the ability of that medium to be a way to communicate with the resident. You'd agree? And are there any other disadvantages you can bring to mind, just from your own experience and your own observations?
Not particularly.
Any advantages you can see with that?
Well, you can see more people, so you actually have an advantage, and you can get the information from multiple people at the one time. So things like observations, you can actually see if that person is exhibiting any signs of respiratory distress, that type of thing. So, and then you can, in that situation, you can read on, see another person. So you're probably able to see more people in a space of time that if it's an organised telehealth with enough information and lined up so that we're available to do that, which was part of my role in Newmarch House.
Okay. Was it part of your role to facilitate those sorts of interactions? That is the telehealth interaction? Okay. Does that mean that you were involved in those for all the patients while you were on shift?
Not always. Sometimes it would have all the affected patients or all the we're talking about a COVID.
You tell me.
Yeah. So can you ask the question again?
So I'm asking you whether during your shift you would be involved in those telehealth meetings, I'll call them, for all COVID affected residents.
So initially it was by the outreach services. So some of those nursing services were provided by agencies, and then I took over facilitating that because some people had become affected, and so there was a need for someone to help facilitate that, which then I filled that need.
Okay.
So there would have been, so there may have been one RN doing it on a particular side they were on, and I needed to do it on another particular area because that person was no longer available.
Okay. And does that mean that you needed, as part of that aspect of your role, to go around a number of different residents' rooms? Is that right? With an iPad in order to have those interactions with the remote team, the VAX team, correct? In terms of the way you've described in your statement, paragraph 33, you've said the various clinicians from the HIF Hospital and the Home scheme, VAX, and other on-site staff would discuss the residents' welfare. I helped facilitate some of those discussions. So is that what that bit of your statement is referring to? Were there separate meetings about residents' care undertaken between staff, or was it those meetings you've just described in the presence of the nurse and also the resident themselves?
So there was a morning meeting on site with the physios, the team on site. So there was doctors who were supplied, I think, by the Commonwealth. I'm not sure. There was physios. There was the clinical, the nursing team, who would talk about the residents who were and before we went on to telehealth. And sometimes there was the meeting where the VAX team came into that, and then we went on to seeing the residents from telehealth. So an initial meeting followed by the follow-up with reviewing the residents after an initial conversation with the medical team on site.
Okay, the focus of my questions is just to understand how information was flowing from the home to the VAX team. Okay, so one aspect of that, as I understand it, and tell me if this is right, is there was these telehealth sessions, correct? During which there was interaction with the resident and also with the registered nurse. Is that correct?
Yes.
Have I understood that correctly? Separate to that, there was a morning meeting.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Do those morning meetings involve discussions only between staff, that is not involving the residents?
Yes, so those meetings would have involved VAX and the support team within the home, and then would have went to follow up by the telehealth with the COVID-19 affected residents within the home. Okay.
And in terms of the flow of information, so how information was flowing from Newmarch House to the VAX team, were you part of that process? Were you part of the process of giving information to the VAX team? And what was the source of your information? Where did you get your information from?
From the registered nurse looking after the resident.
Would you ever yourself go into the notes themselves, that is, look at the resident's notes?
Yes.
Okay. And were you able to find the information that you needed in order to inform VAX about their care? Okay. Just thinking at a broader scale, were you present in those either morning meetings or interactions with the residents when decisions were made about residents' care?
Yes.
And what was your understanding as to who was making the decisions?
Well, it was on recommendations from the Outreach VAX team.
And can you bring an example to mind of a decision that was made in relation to a patient?
Well, most days the decisions were and the recommendations were what the ongoing care was for the next day for all of the residents that were affected. So I would have been part of that process every day, most days.
You've said, this is paragraph 34, so it's the following paragraph in your statement. It was initially unclear where the resident's usual GP or where the resident's usual GP or the agency doctor supplied by Aspen Medical Limited fitted. Sorry, I can't read that word in my copy. Into this chain of command. But was there in your mind some unclarity as to whether the GPs had a role in decision making in relation to residents' care?
But the GPs knew the residents well because they were the people who initially, pre the outbreak, who saw the residents on a regular basis. The Aspen medical team were new to the home, and perhaps some of them might have been new to geriatric care of the elder person. Often the GPs would ring in to check on how their patients were going, because they had been looking after people long term and had, wanted to know how they were, because there were things like, blood tests and different things that were essential for ongoing care. And we might have recommended, it was for the Aspen Medical to speak to the GP to get extra information for the background on that particular individual. That wasn't always received well.
What does that mean? What was coming
Sometimes
back?
there was difficulty in getting the Aspen team to maybe follow up with the GP. So the clarity on how that would, of what the roles were, was unclear.
Okay. Do you remember, was it resolved at some point?
Yeah, where there was further communication from the VAX team to talk about the role for the medics.
Okay, and what was the resolution, do you recall?
That they were to go through the VAX process to talk about individualised care.
But what you say in the next sentence is you were told that the VAX team were responsible for the clinical care of all residents because GPs were not permitted to attend Newmarch House.
No, because the GPs at that point in time weren't able to come in because of the outbreak, because they were seeing other patients in their own practices. So the risk for them to go to the community was high. So at that point in time, on a number of occasions, I had seen the VAX team, or had been aware that they had communicated with GPs. So I had been told by Dr. Sharma that they were in control of managing that, the COVID outbreak, so go through them for any medical concerns.
Okay. And from that point, was it your understanding that it was them who were making relevant clinical decisions? Was that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay. Excuse me. You mentioned in your earlier answer there that the fact that regular GPs for these patients would have known their patients. I think that was the effect of your evidence. Is that right?
Yes.
But was it ever a concern raised with you, and I'm thinking by family members of the residents, about the fact that the GPs were apparently not having access to the residents within the home? Was that a concern raised with you?
By family members?
Yes.
I can't recall.
Okay. Did anyone ever say the GP knows my loved one and about their care, and raise that concern with you, to your knowledge?
I can't recall.
Just two other aspects of this topic. One is crisis medications. I asked you about those at the outset of your evidence. Do you recall patients within the home, and I'm thinking really of the COVID positive patients, being prescribed crisis medications during the outbreak?
I just object to that question because the witness has indicated that it's not a term she uses.
Yeah, I withdraw it. You said anticipatory medicines. Do you recall COVID positive patients being prescribed anticipatory medications during the outbreak?
I wasn't. Do I recall them being? There were anticipatory medications prescribed. I wasn't present at the time of prescribing.
Okay.
So that was prior to my coming to Newmarch House.
Okay. But do you have any insight as to the process through which those medications were prescribed or not?
Well, I described earlier anticipatory medications and their uses. So anticipatory medications are put in place when there may be symptoms that will need to be managed later. So ask me the question again. I'm not
Sorry, it's my fault. The question I'm asking you is whether in the case of this outbreak and the COVID positive patients, you're aware of the process that was undertaken to prescribe anticipatory medicines? And if you're not, say so.
No, I wasn't there at the time.
Okay. The final aspect of this part of the evidence is advanced care plans. Were you, I take it you know that term?
Yes.
Are they something prior to the outbreak you had been involved in discussions about the formation of advanced care plans?
Yes.
Is there a particular form which is commonly used within Anglicare, as at 2020, to record advanced care plans?
Yes.
Okay, and is that a form that you were familiar with at that time?
Yes.
During the outbreak itself, were you yourself involved in any discussions with family members about recording advanced care plans?
I could have been. I can't recall, but it wouldn't be unusual for that, for a conversation as such to have happened. Yeah.
Okay, and just so we understand what that conversation is there a conversation with a family member about the advanced care plan?
So that's conducted with the person responsible. So, and it depends. It can be conducted with the person. It depends on the capacity of the resident. So if it's if they're wanting to talk about their choices, then it's an advanced care directive, and they can direct what they want. If they haven't got capacity and their person responsible is supporting them, then they can recommend what that person's choices would have been, and then that's gone through. But that conversation happens with the resident and the person responsible, to where possible.
Okay. Is it? Tell me if this is right. Is it quite a delicate conversation to have with a family member about those sort of issues?
It depends on the family member or what the resident himself wants. So sometimes it is, sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's quite directive by family members. Sometimes it's very clear by the resident. Sometimes it's an easy conversation. Sometimes it's more challenging.
It depends on the individual circumstances, does it?
It depends on, some people have have advanced care plans or directives in place for a very long time. They've talked to the family members, they know what they want. And depending on the clinical symptoms with the person at the time, it can be quite clear what the choices are and what's the person responsible and how the person's going to be looked after. And so it really depends on the situation.
Do I take it sometimes there are difficult conversations that you've
Yes.
been involved in? Would that be right? And in those circumstances, prior to the outbreak, what was your approach? If there was a difficult set of circumstances to be discussed about advanced care planning, what would you do?
Well, normally you would try to get someone on site for a care conference to discuss that.
Does that mean a face-to-face meeting?
Yes.
And is that a meeting during which you describe the situation and discuss the options?
Yes.
Okay. Would it be a one-to-one with you and the family member, or are other people involved?
Usually there's the team in the home involved, so there's physiotherapist, the care manager, the registered nurses looking after, on occasions, sometimes the GP.
Okay. And are they, can it be sometimes quite a protracted process?
What do you mean by
To
protracted?
withdraw the question, can it sometimes take a long time to have that discussion?
Sometimes it can.
Okay. And in some cases it's easy and straightforward, as you've said. Correct? Okay. Would you ever have that sort of discussion, this is focusing on the period prior to the outbreak, with a family member about advanced care planning over the phone? Would that happen from time to time?
Yes.
Okay. I want to take you to to an email that you've attached to your statement, and you described it, just for your reference, in paragraph 36 of your statement. You say this: on the 28th of April 2020, I spoke with Dr. Alan Oloffs, Oloffs for the record. You said he's the Director of Palliative Care at Nepean Hospital. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
And you say in your statement of paragraph 36, who had concerns about the palliative care management of some of the residents at Newmarch House. And following that call, you go on to say you sent an email. I'll take you to that email in a moment. Just fixing your mind to that conversation. This was, 12 days into your attendance at Newmarch House? And was it a phone call you received from Dr. Oloffs?
I received a phone call from the palliative care nurse who was had supported that area previously. So my colleague who covered that area.
Understood. So this is a colleague within Anglicare, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Was he or she also a clinical nurse consultant?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the information conveyed in that phone call?
She had said to me, can you follow up with Dr. Olofs? He's concerned about what's happening at Newmarch House. Can you give him a call?
Okay. And did you then follow it up?
And I called and then I followed up with an email.
What was the nature of the concerns that he conveyed to you?
Well, at that time, he was unsure as to what the palliative care role was going to be in Newmarch House. So on that phone call, I said, you're more than welcome to come and review the residents as per email.
Okay.
Yeah.
And other than that uncertainty about what the palliative care arrangements were, did he convey any concerns about what was actually happening?
He was unsure because he hadn't been on site. So that's why I invited him to come and see if he wanted to.
Okay, and just turning to that email, do you have a copy? It's your actually MT1, so it's page 9 of tab 15 of volume 23. Do you have that email in front of you?
Yes.
This is the one you sent on the 29th of April, correct?
Yes.
And it notes the conversation that you'd had earlier that day. It says, we would welcome the palliative care team to review any residents of concern at Newmarch House. Pausing there, to your knowledge, this was 12 days into the outbreak. Were you aware of the palliative care team having previously reviewed any of the residents of concern at Newmarch House at that stage?
No, I wasn't aware.
Had you mentioned contact through your opposite number?
Yes.
Had you had any contact, to your knowledge, with the palliative care team at Nepean prior to this email? Sorry, withdraw that, prior to the phone call that preceded this email.
I had contact with the palliative care at Nepean on different occasions for COVID unaffected residents who were living in the home. On those dates, I can't remember what those dates were.
Okay.
So in answer to that question, I may have had, but it was in relation to COVID negative patients under the palliative approach in the home.
Very well. And when, in that quote I'm just taking you to, it's the first line of your email, any residents of concern, what were you referring to there? What does it mean?
Which one again?
So, see the first line? You're saying you would welcome the palliative care team to review, and then it says any residents of concern at Newmarch House. Do you remember what you were referring to?
Well, I guess that's probably a statement that you would make quite often. Would you like to come and review any residents of concern? So the residents of concern would have been anyone affected with COVID-19. Given that at that point in time, nobody knew what the disease trajectory would be for people who hadn't got any vaccinations. So residents of concern would have been, all of COVID-19 would have been residents of concern.
Very well. You go on to say you're happy to be the contact person in the next line of that email, and you then say that you have a doctor on site, and you mention it's a Dr. Senthil, Senthil, Subramaniam, Subramaniam. Was he or she a GP, to your understanding?
No, he wasn't a GP. I don't think he was. I think he was a surgical doctor.
Okay. And do you remember where he came from?
He came from the agency.
Okay. Just the next paragraph is the focus of my questions. It says telehealth does have its limitations, and review at the bedside would be our preferred palliative approach from an experienced palliative care team such as yours. What were you hoping to convey through that? What was your point?
My point was that if there were any residents of concern, that a face-to-face approach from a palliative care team would be optimal.
Okay. Now, you've used that term residents of concern again. Are you referring there to COVID-positive residents or to something else?
Residents of concern would, well, it's a preference that if you can have a palliative care specialist on site in aged care at any time, it is the first preference. It's not always the reality of what can happen. So residents of concern would have included other palliative residents within the home. But at that point in time, residents of concern probably were the COVID-19 residents.
Okay.
Positive residents.
And it may be obvious, but why is it a preference to have a bedside review rather than telehealth? What's your thinking?
Well, you have a specialist on site. So, for people who are in my preceding comments was that, the older people do have sensory deficits, and one-on-one can be more effective. So that would have been the preference.
Very well, for the reasons you explained in your previous answer.
Yes.
Is that what you're saying? Okay. And again, to the best of your recollection, had that been occurring up until that point? That is, bedside reviews?
Bedside reviews changed whenever it went from the initial reviews, which I can't really comment on, to telehealth, and then it was becoming telehealth. But there were some extra bedside reviews by both the HITH and the VAX team for the residents.
Okay, and
So
again,
it wasn't just telehealth only.
sorry to talk across you. I think that was the effect of your previous answer, that when it went to telehealth, there were still some bedside reviews, if I understood you correctly.
Yes.
Okay. And just finally the next aspect of this email is you say, do you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 paragraphs in, you describe the original information you were given. Are you describing that paragraph how you understood the VAX team was going to interact with patients within Newmarch House? Just have a read of it to yourself.
So this refers to information given pre my coming to Newmarch House. So ask the question again.
I'm referring you first of all to that paragraph. It describes the original information I was given. Okay, so let's take it in stages. Do you remember where it was that you got the original information from?
So that would have been from the, I can't recall, but yeah, otherwise it's assumption. So it would have been in the home, but who by, I can't recall.
Okay. Was it a written document, or was it just something that was conveyed to you orally?
Orally.
Okay. And you've described there that the following, that the outreach VAX, I think it's VAX team, were seeing the residents. Crisis medication were put in place by the NP, is that nurse practitioner?
Yes.
And doctor on the VAX team. It then says is, I think it means in liaison,
Yep.
with the outreach palliative care team. So was your understanding that that was the process, firstly, that would be undertaken to review residents?
My understanding was that that process had been put in place in liaison with the members of the VAX team and the palliative care outreach team from Nepean. But I wasn't there. But that was my understanding. That was the feedback I got when I came on site.
Okay. And you then go on to say they would feed back to you any concerns and your team would recommend and further management from a palliative care approach. Okay. So what was your understanding as to how any concerns would be identified to the palliative care team?
So that would be through the VAX team. So that they would then discuss that with their colleagues and then make recommendations from that.
Okay. And if you look down a couple of the next but one paragraph, it says, if there appears to be a misunderstanding, we apologise, as your team has always been welcome to come and review the residents in the home. Now, do you recall what that misunderstanding was?
I think that it wasn't clear about if the VAX team or if the palliative care team was to come into the home or not.
And when you say was to come into the home, can you recall if there was anything preventing them from doing so?
Well, not as I understand from the Newmarch side of things. I don't think there was anything that was preventing them. Other conversations I haven't been privy to, so I can't comment on that.
Okay. So just all I'm asking is your own knowledge. I don't need you to speculate as to other conversations that occurred. But what was your understanding of this misunderstanding? What was it that had been misunderstood and by whom?
Well, that they were not currently coming into the home.
Okay. Are you conveying through this email that your understanding of the situation was that the VAX team would review the patients and report back to palliative care? Was that your understanding of the way the system was intended to operate?
So my understanding was that the VAX team were in charge, that outreach teams would be accessible through the VAX team as needed and as necessary.
Okay. And when you say outreach teams, do you include palliative care within that?
Yeah. So, and normally that's how it works in aged care.
Okay. But was there, did Dr. Olofs convey to you any concern that his team had not been able to be at Newmarch House?
He had said, and I can't recall exactly, but something about not coming in, but I can't remember what it was he said.
Okay. What was he? Is your recollection that he was concerned about that fact of not coming into Newmarch House?
I can't comment on that. I can't remember.
The purpose of your email is, tell me if this is right, to inform Dr. Olofs that his team was welcome to come into the home, correct?
Yes.
And indeed it was your preference for him and his team to review patients at the bedside, correct? That had not been happening up until that stage, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you were conveying to him your understanding of the way you thought the system was supposed to operate.
Yes.
Is that right? Mm-hmm. And that understanding was that it was the VAX team who was doing the reviews, firstly, correct?
Yes.
If they had concerns about a patient, they'd be referring it to palliative care, or at least involving them. Mm. Was that your understanding? Very well. And in as much as you refer to a misunderstanding here, was your take on it that you always believe the palliative care team were able to attend Newmarch House?
My take on it was that, given the circumstances, I was touching base with palliative care to, because there had been a phone call that there was, to call this person, and I had followed up with a phone call, and during that phone call had said that from Newmarch House side of things, we would more than welcome a palliative care team.
Following this email, did the approach change at all?
There was another specialist then joined the VAX team.
Okay. Do you remember who that was?
That was, I can't remember, I can't say her surname, but it was Jan. They was her first name.
Thank you. And again, mispronouncing it, I'm sure, but Kathy Reason, I think is the surname. Dr. J. Kathy Reason.
Yes.
Would that be right?
Yes.
Okay. Was her specialism, to your knowledge, palliative care?
Yes.
Was it only after this email, to the best of your recollection, that she became involved? And to be clear, I'm not saying necessarily in consequence of this email, I'm just asking about timing.
Yes. I couldn't be 100% sure. Further communication could have happened. I don't know. Through the VAX team. I can't answer that.
Okay.
Yeah.
You referred in this email to your preferred palliative approach being a bedside approach, correct?
Yes.
Did that occur following this email, or was it telehealth?
It was a mixture of both.
And consistent with your earlier answer, do you say that there was telehealth ongoing, but that practitioners would attend also at the home? Can you give us an impression as to how often, focusing on the palliative care aspect, those practitioners were attending at the home? And if you're not able to say so.
No, I can't. Yeah. How often I can't. We weren't monitoring how often anyone was coming at that time.
Okay. Was there any distinction between bedside attendances? So, sorry, we'll drill the question. You've said that from the time when telehealth commenced, there were still some attendances in person by medical staff.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
Were those in relation to COVID positive or negative patients, or a mixture of both?
A mixture of both.
Excuse me, sorry. There's just one. No, there's another topic I'm going to come on to now. So you're not. I know the time. It might be, if it's convenient.
It is. Ms. Tucker, Ms. Tucker, we're going to take a break for morning tea now. We'll continue your evidence when we return. That will be at 12 o'clock. I'll do it until then. Yes, Mr. Harris.
Thank you, Anna. Ms. Tucker, I'm going to take you to one particular resident, Alice Bacon. Just before I do you still have that email in front of you, which was Annexure A to your statement, marked MT1?
Yes.
That's the email of the 29th of April 2020, correct?
Yes.
Just one thing I wanted to clarify. The paragraph I took you to in the middle of the page, commencing the original information I was given, do you see that?
Yes.
It says at the end there, the information was given that the outreach facts team were seeing the residents, and then it goes on, crisis medication were put in place by the NP and doctor on the VAX team. Just with reference to that term crisis medication, am I right in understanding that your current preference is to use the term anticipatory medicine?
So crisis medications and anticipatory medications are often used in, but it's now moved in palliative care to anticipatory medications. So it's commonly written.
Commonly written what?
Both.
As both, okay. Back in 2020, did you have a preference either way?
Probably anticipatory medications, but at that point in time, people were calling them crisis meds in the home.
Okay, within Newmarch House?
Yes.
Okay, was that the term that was commonly being used?
So that the crisis meds were in place.
Okay. Is there any difference or distinction between what the term actually means?
No, the medications as described earlier.
Okay, I'm going to bring you on to that particular resident now, Alice Bacon. I've got a couple of questions arising out of her care. But firstly, do you recall Ms. Bacon? You do. Okay. There's one particular incident that I'm going to take you to. Withdraw the word incident. There's one particular interaction on the 16th of May I'm going to take you to. Do you recall having any involvement in her care prior to an attendance by the family that day?
Yes.
Okay. What do you recall about her care?
About Alice. I remember Alice before she got COVID. I remember Alice during COVID, and I remember Alice's end-of-life care.
And in terms of your involvement prior to Alice getting COVID, do you remember what involvement you actually had yourself?
Alice was, I would have met her in the corridor because Alice was, she was very able to get out of her room. She had a routine pre-COVID where she would get up and make herself a cup of tea in the morning, and so I'd often met Alice reorientating her back into her room for isolation. So that would have been my pre-COVID. For Alice, yes.
And that habit you've just described of her making herself a drink, was that something that happened regularly?
I would imagine before I came, but that would have been her morning routine.
Okay.
Yeah.
And to fix this in time, you of course arrived on site on the 20th of April 2020, correct?
Yes.
At a time which, was it your understanding the house was already intended to be in lockdown at that point in time? Mm-hmm. Is that correct? Is my understanding correct?
Yes.
Was it also your understanding that at that point in time, residents were intended to be confined to their rooms?
Yes.
Is that right? So was what you were observing not the way it was supposed to be happening in relation to the residents? Is that fair?
On occasions, residents attempted to leave their rooms. Sometimes they were successful.
Very well. And on those occasions, what did you do?
So we would have supported the residents and back into their room again
Okay. And you also said tell me if this is right, you have a recollection of Alice contracting COVID or it becoming...
When it became obvious that, when she tested positive.
Okay.
Yeah.
You have a recollection of that time, is that right?
Yeah.
At that point in time, were you still doing those telehealth conferences or conferences, however they were being conducted with the VAX team?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall whether you were involved in those in relation to Alice?
Yes.
You were? And I asked you prior to the break about, my term was crisis medications, but let's use the term anticipatory medicines, about occasions when they were prescribed for COVID positive medications. And I think your answer was that happened prior to your time. Did I understand your answer correctly?
Yes.
In the case of Alice Bacon, she became COVID positive during your time at Newmarch House, is that right? Is it to your understanding that she was prescribed those anticipatory medicines during your time at Newmarch House?
Yes.
Do you recall what the process was for her being prescribed those medications?
I can't recall if Alice had anticipatory medications in place before I came to Newmarch. And I can't recall the date of her medications that were prescribed. So that would, yeah. So back to the question again.
I'm asking whether you have a recollection of the process for those medications being prescribed.
So she was seen by the palliative care specialist, and I remember Alice, because Alice was quite challenging in many ways because she had been so well pre-COVID. She certainly wasn't the palliative approach to her own. She was mobile, she was walking independently, she could have conversations with anyone, and she did like to have a little chat. So her disease trajectory was challenging, and knowing whether Alice would survive COVID-19 or not. So at the point in time of when her medications were prescribed, I don't know what that date was, but I know that she was on regular assessment for her symptoms to see how for Alice was, as everybody was, but Alice specifically.
Okay. You say in that context, I think your word was she was a challenge from the palliative care perspective. What do you mean by that?
No, I don't mean a challenge.
It may be my word, I may have misheard you, but what was the issue? Because
Alice was, as I previously said, she was quite physically fit, and we were unsure as to the COVID-19 disease, who would survive and who would succumb. And Alice fitted into that category where on regular clinical review, she may have gone either way.
And by which do you mean she may?
She may have survived, or she may have deteriorated further.
And is that as a result of her prior condition? In other words, that she was able to be mobilising, and to that extent,
because she was well pre
yes.
her COVID diagnosis. Reasonably well, in terms of she was mobile, walking, talking.
You're unable to fix in your mind the date at which those anticipatory medicines were prescribed. We have medication charts within the brief at tab 10 within volume 19.
So what page?
I do apologise. Tab 10 behind volume 19, and it's page 1. There's a medication chart. Do you see that? Sorry, I think that the court officer is going to give you the correct volume. Do you have there a copy of the medication chart?
Yep.
It appears to be for Alice Bacon.
Yep.
If you look at the PRN medication, there's a couple of medications listed. One is Hypnovel, which I think is midazolam.
Yep.
and that's got a start date indicated of the 9th of May. And over the page, there's more, SC, does that mean?
Subcutaneous
Okay.
delivery.
That's the mode of delivery for morphine, is that right? That's got a start date of the 11th of May, 2020. There's some other information in the brief. There may have been a previous prescription of morphine from the 24th of April. But given those dates, does it appear likely to you that there was a prescribing of that medication during your time at Newmarch House for Alice Bacon?
Alice did have PRNs during my time at Newmarch House.
And the point of this line of questioning was whether you had a recollection about the decision-making about commencing those medications.
Can I clarify the difference in medications? So there's a difference in anticipatory medications and a difference between syringe drivers and when they're commenced with similar medications, similar or same.
Please describe the difference.
So if, for example, somebody has anticipatory medications, they can be in place for a long period of time. So they can be in place for up to 6 months or longer. And the regular review of that resident, because in the older person, their condition sometimes deteriorates rapidly. And it can be at a time when resources aren't available. So they need to be at hand should they be necessary. Then there is use of things such as syringe drivers when a person's symptoms have been recognised and they need to be managed in a different way. And the driver delivers medication over a 24-hour period continuously to ensure the comfort of that individual. So the anticipatory medications can often be put in place, and then there may be other medications used at a different point in time, depending on what the symptoms are at that point in time, such as a driver.
Okay. Do I understand your evidence is that there's a two-stage process, admitting that we may not get to the second stage, but the anticipatory medications may be prescribed to be used as needed, first of all. Is that correct?
That's right.
And you gave evidence previously about the circumstances in which they might be administered.
Yes.
And there is also another stage of the process where a syringe driver may be used. Is that correct?
Yes.
And does that provide a continuous or an intermittent administration of the drug?
Continuous.
It's continuous.
It's continuous.
All right. Now, I suppose if I approach the topic in this way, I'm going to come on to ask you in a moment about a family visit, okay, that occurred on the 16th of May, where Alice's daughters attended the home. Do you have a recollection of being present at that?
Yes.
Okay. As at that time, were you aware whether or not anticipatory medications had been prescribed for Alice?
Yes.
They had?
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware whether or not they had yet been administered to her? If you're not, then say so.
Unsure.
Okay, I'm going to take you to that visit now. Do you remember, as at that day, that's the 16th of May, what Alice's condition was? Was she still well to the extent you described it previously, or was she in different condition?
No, Alice was bedbound. On that visit, she initially was peacefully sleeping or semi-conscious, but her condition had deteriorated.
Okay, and in what way had it deteriorated? What did you observe?
So her level of consciousness had deteriorated. She was no longer mobile. She was bedbound, so she had, she was coming towards end of life.
Okay, and what was it about her condition that gave you that impression?
She was semi-conscious. She was it's very hard to describe dying. She'd moved through the different stages of being alert. She was confused. She was when people died from COVID, their deaths were incredibly peaceful, and they had gone into a very deep sleep, almost like a coma, which is different from death normally. So it's, for Alice, there were times when she was hypoxic, so her oxygen sats were low, where she had oxygen on, and this was previous to the communication with family members about what was happening with her disease process, because it was an ongoing thing and it was a daily review. So then her oxygen saturations would have dropped. She would have become less awake. She would have been, should have been bedbound. She was coming towards end of life care. I'm not sure exactly what it is you want me to describe.
The question was why you formed that impression that she was, in your words, end of life care. I think, have you answered that? Have you given us all the matters that you draw on in forming that impression? Well,
we'd had medical review continuously. We'd had palliative care consults reviewing her, and that it was not just me. It was the impression of the team involved that Alice was now dying.
Very well. You gave in your earlier evidence a distinction between a palliative process and then end of life care. Was it Alice in either one of those stages, to the best of your recollection, prior to this visit on the 16th of May?
Yes, often people, when they are under the palliative approach or coming to end of life care, sometimes people can oscillate between those stages. So they can not only just come towards end of life and die, they can then there may be anticipated that this person is actively dying, and sometimes they get better and move back into the palliative approach. And you may cease anticipatory medications. You may cease syringe drivers. It doesn't always happen, but sometimes you can happen. So Alice moved from being actively treated into end-of-life care, but the clarity around that was unclear given the rapidity of the disease, of how COVID was presenting, and that, she had been very well. And so there was a possibility till very, very close to Alice's end of life that she may have recovered.
Very well. I'm going to ask you for your best recollection about the family visit itself. First of all, I said visit. Do you recall if there was one or more visits by the family that day?
I don't remember that day of how many visits there were. I think there were several visits for the family, but I couldn't tell you the number.
Fixing your mind perhaps in the earliest of those visits, do you recall an occasion where her daughter Mary Watson was in the room with Alice?
Yes. And
also her daughter Joyce?
Yes.
I want to ask you for your best recollection about that if you can. How was Alice's presentation during that visit?
It was quite a difficult visit, both for Alice and for the family. Alice was settled, so she had had some terminal agitation where she'd had some medication to help her with that. But the family obviously wanted to come and see Alice and say goodbye. And Alice she was settled. It had been quite challenging settling her. And then she was settled. And then whenever she was waking up because she had family in Queensland, so there was conversation between her son and her two daughters. And then Alice became distressed during that. So it was very difficult a family visit for the family and for Alice.
You referred in that answer to a couple of things. One was the terminal agitation and administration of medication. Do you say that happened prior to this visit, or during or after this visit?
It probably happened both prior and after, because she was settled at the beginning of the visit, but she became unsettled during the visit.
And in terms of unsettled, what did you observe actually happening?
She was very distressed. She was saying, I want to go home. In palliative care, sometimes that happens when a resident is wanting to go home, as in when they're actively dying. They'll often say that. What that means is, it's a phenomenon that you see. It's difficult. You can't go back and ask that resident what exactly did that mean for you, because how can you ask that? So, so Alice was distressed. She was saying, I want to go home. Her daughters were there supporting her, and she was talking to her son. And we did get Alice, her symptoms of distress treated. But it was distressing for family and Alice.
Sorry for talking across you. You've described, both in your earlier evidence and also just there in the answer just last given, terminal agitation. Mm-hmm. Did you view Alice's presentation during this visit as terminal agitation?
Yes.
You did? You told me at the start of your evidence that there were a couple of criteria that you looked at when assessing somebody's presentation as to whether it was terminal agitation or not. Do you recall that evidence?
Yes.
I think one of the things you told me looked at was consciousness, so whether the person was conscious. Mm-hmm. And I think you'd agree in this case, Alice was conscious during this part of the family visit.
Semi-conscious.
Semi-conscious. You say she was interacting with her brother, I think.
So in a way of confusion, it wasn't she was sitting up on alert. She was, often in that space, family members are trying to communicate to say goodbye. So that can be by telephone or whatever. So Mary and her sister were trying to facilitate that conversation with their brother, who was unavailable to be on site. So they were doing that via phone. But for Alice, that was quite difficult, but she wasn't at that level of awareness, like awake, alert and orientated. She was semi-conscious and rousable.
Okay.
And that then she became more distressed.
And was it during that period of being roused that she became distressed?
Yes.
And one of the things you mentioned there was she was asking to go home.
Yes.
Except for me, please, we have a statement from Mary Watson, her daughter, about this interaction, and also Ms. Watson gave some evidence to the coroner about this particular visit.
Sure.
She says that during this visit, at one point, and she says all of a sudden, her mother grabbed her hand, screamed at Joyce, that's her sister, Alice's other daughter, one of her other daughters, looked at Mark, that's outside the window, and was screaming at the top of her voice, Mark, Mark, get me out of here, get my shoes, take me home, get me out. Just pausing there for a moment. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And she was, I think, trying to get out of the bed at one point. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And in terms of, you've described one aspect of her presentation being arousable. In your earlier evidence, you also said that when assessing terminal agitation, you also looked for, tell me if this is right, presentations that can be corrected. In other words, other reasons for the agitation.
Yes.
Have I understood you correctly?
Yes.
Did you go about that process in relation to Alice?
Yes.
Okay. What did you do?
So I talked to the RN that was looking after her. How is Alice today? Has her bowels moved? Has she gone to the toilet? Has she passed urine? That type of thing. Is she comfortable? Has she got an air mattress in place? Is she, is she being repositioned regularly? How's her mouth? Is she getting oral hygiene? Doing eye care? Is there anything you're concerned about with Alice today?
And do you have a clear memory of going through that with a particular nurse?
On that, I don't have a clear memory. I have a nurse that I can see in my mind, but yeah.
Very well. And Did any of those matters result in you finding out information about things to correct or things to change?
Yeah, so then post that visit, we, Alice had some more midazolam.
Okay. Was there any other steps taken to correct any other, I'm using the word correct, but to modify any other issues that Alice had before giving the midazolam?
So at that time, I had supported Mary and her sister, and the registered nurse was then looking after Alice to settle her. So part of palliative care is to look after all of the family, not just the person in the bed as well. So I was supporting the two sisters, while the registered nurse who was responsible for her care was then managing the medications.
Okay, and in terms of supporting Mary and her sister, what did you actually do? Do you remember making a phone call to them, first of all?
I made a phone call to Mary at one stage because she was distressed at her mother's restlessness. So I made a video phone call to her at one stage so that she could actually see that Alice was comfortable and peaceful. I felt that was important because when you have difficulty visiting on site and she couldn't be with her mother, that she would need to be able to see that Alice was okay.
Did that result in another visit?
I think the visit might have been the following day, I'm not sure.
Okay. Was it a window visit, to your recollection, or was it a in-room visit?
I can't recall what the...
In relation to...
There was possibly... there was a window visit with another sister. I can't remember what other days Mary and her sister came.
Okay. Do you recall what Mary's... withdraw that. Alice's presentation was during that visit or not?
No, I don't.
I just want to ask you about the process of the administration of medication on that occasion. You say midazolam was given to Alice, correct?
As I understand, yes. I can't recall it, but I am assuming that it was because that would be standard practice.
Okay.
Yeah.
And very well. Can you recall the process through which that medication was administered? Was it a decision that you made or somebody else made?
So the recommendation would be Alice is terminally agitated and needs some midazolam to make her more comfortable.
And whose recommendation was that?
So that would be on with the registered nurse looking after her and me saying, look, you can see she's symptomatic. Alice is obviously distressed. Can we make her more comfortable?
Okay. Does that mean it was your recommendation?
Possibly, yes.
Okay. Or
probably, yes.
because you were the person who was there.
I was supporting Mary and...
and the sister, okay. And do you recall whether you made reference to a doctor or another person at that point on this issue of the administration of midazolam?
The conversation that I had with regards Alice with the palliative care specialist was that Alice was symptomatic, that consideration of a syringe driver would maybe benefit her and make her more comfortable so that she wasn't going through the distress. So at that point in time, on that day, I'm assuming, on that day, I had spoken to Dr. Janthi. It's hard to remember exact days and dates, but when Alice was distressed, I had spoken to the palliative care team about ongoing management of Alice's care.
Understood. And was that with reference to the use of a syringe driver?
And making Alice more comfortable.
Okay. But what I'm trying to understand is, was it your decision to administer the midazolam at the time of that family visit?
So the registered nurse looking after would assess for symptoms and give the medications as necessary. That's the process.
Okay.
Yeah. So I don't give it. I might recommend it, but the registered nurse monitors for symptoms and then gives the medication, the PRN medication, as necessary,
Okay.
according to the symptoms.
Just thinking back over that visit and Alice's presentation during that visit and your own assessment that she was displaying terminal agitation during that visit. I just want to ask you this. Alice's then condition was that she was bedbound, am I right?
Yes.
And indeed, she was in circumstances where, although she'd previously been able to move around, even during the lockdown, she was now confined within her room. Have I understood that correctly?
Alice was confined within her room. In terminal agitation, people can stand up, sit down, they can move from bed to chair, they can roll around, you know, from side to side, being quite agitated. So death isn't like TV. Sometimes people are alert until they die. Some people are not alert until they die. You know, it's different for each individual. In Alice's case, she had been up and down, sitting in a chair, quite close to that visit. So with palliative care, you go with what's happening for the person at that time in that space. So somebody may be bedbound, but they may need to get up and sit in a chair. Somebody, you know, and you facilitate what that person needs at the time. So in relation to Alice's symptoms, you know, where she was sitting up, calling out, that can happen in terminal agitation. The level of consciousness and the awareness can be impacted, but also there can be moments of great clarity. So there's not one set way for somebody to die.
Understood.
Symptoms can change.
What the point of my question is, did it appear to you that Alice and her then situation was quite adverse? She wasn't able to leave her room. She wasn't able to regularly see her family. This was a family visit that had been arranged, but prior to that, she hadn't been able to.
I'm not sure. You'd have to go back and look at the...
Very well.
I don't know. I can't comment on.
And she was under lockdown within Newmarch House now for quite an extended period of time. You agree?
Yes.
Now, this question is not intended to be critical of you, okay, but I'm just asking you to reflect on this. Is one possibility that what you saw that day was Alice just reacting to the circumstances she was in quite a rational way? That is, she was upset.
Yes.
Is that possible?
Yes.
And that, in fact, it wasn't at that moment terminal agitation. It was just she was very upset with what was going on.
It's possible.
And how does one distinguish between those two? That is, terminal agitation or a rational response to what was happening?
So you can get... The two of them can happen at the same time together. So terminal agitation isn't like a condition that lasts, you know, you can have terminal agitation, clarity, terminal agitation, clarity. So what you go on is the level of distress this is causing for the person, for the individual, and you manage the symptoms.
Understood. You then, in your earlier answer, you said that you had a conversation with Dr. Gianni, the palliative care doctor. Have I understood that correctly?
Yes.
And in the course of that conversation, there was a decision, was there, to commence a syringe driver? Is that correct?
Yes.
And is the syringe driver a mode of delivering a continuous form of that anticipatory medicine that we've been talking about?
Yes.
Okay. And as a result of that conversation, was the syringe driver actually started?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember what you conveyed to the doctor during that conversation about what her circumstances were?
So at that conversation, the doctor had recommended the use of a syringe driver. And at that point in time, I had said, yes, I agree, that it might be helpful for managing Alice's care at that point in time.
Do you remember if you conveyed any information about what had occurred during the family visit?
Yes, I told her that Alice was very distressed.
And in fact, did you say she was terminally distressed?
I said she had terminal agitation.
Sorry, my fault for a poor term. And do you recall anything else you informed the doctor about in terms of her presentation at that time?
I'd have to go back to the notes.
Excuse me. Sorry, I'm asked us to clarify the term terminal agitation that's been used. Drawing on your earlier answers, this is a process that fluctuates or can fluctuate depending on the patient and the time. Is that right?
Yes.
Is it experienced only in the end stages of life, on your understanding?
Yes.
And you've described in your earlier answers about the way that you interrogate whether it is terminal agitation or just agitation caused by some other thing that's occurring, circumstance. But is there something about it that only occurs in those end stages of life that distinguishes it from the stress that somebody may experience at another time?
The restlessness becomes increasingly, well, it increases outside of normal restlessness. It's where the person can become very, very, very agitated. So in terms of agitation, agitation is something that usually you can find a cause for and you can fix. Terminal agitation is something that you need to manage with medication to make that person more comfortable. So there can be a degree of agitation in terminal agitation also. So when you would treat terminal agitation is usually when you see that restlessness after having checked that, you know, as previously discussed, is absent. And then you treat that with a medication that's going to relax the person and make them more comfortable.
So is the effect of it that it's whatever is left after you've resolved all the things you can resolve in a person who's in that end stage of life?
Yes. Not everyone has terminal agitation.
And in Alice's case, do you know how often you saw her in the days preceding this day? That's the 16th of May, 2020. Did you see her every day? Or not as much as that?
I would have seen Alice most days.
Okay. Were you able, when you saw her, to gauge her presentation and whether she was experiencing terminal agitation on those other days?
On other days, Alice was restless. Alice also had asthma.
Yes.
So she was breathless at times. So she didn't have terminal agitation in the previous days that I saw her.
Thank you. I just want to take you to paragraph 40 of your statement. You still have it in front of you there. It's on page, I think it's page 6 of the statement. At the bottom of that page. This, as I understand, is some of your reflections. Oh, sorry, do you have it in front of you there?
So statements here.
It's tab 23. Volume 23, tab 15. I'm taking you to page 6. You have that in front of you? It's volume 23, tab 15, page 6.
Yes.
It may be a little difficult to follow the text, which is here. My copy is certainly not ideal. Can I just read it out? Ultimately, though, it says, Newmarch House is an aged care facility and not a hospital. and all the residents need medical care, not just the COVID-19 positive ones. Older people who live in aged care homes have significant medical comorbidities that need ongoing day-to-day management. Careful consideration needs to be given to the decision to suspend services to a residential aged care facility in the context of an outbreak. These services include phlebotomy, chest x-ray, podiatry and allied health. Careful consideration needs to be given to the needs, risk and impact of impact an outbreak and lockdown has on the COVID-19 negative residents who also live in the home. And then you conclude by saying, I believe that the COVID-19 symptomatic residents may have benefited from being transferred to hospital. I just want to ask you about this. Am I right in saying those are your reflections looking back as the time of the statement on the outbreak? Is that right? And where you say there that an aged care facility, Newmarch House is an aged care facility and not a hospital. What are you trying to convey there? What's the significance of that in your mind?
Well, at that point in time, an aged care home isn't a hospital. It is an area where older people who are unable to live at home then come to live to get support. And that may be clinical, but it's also lifestyle support. It's also it's also a community where they can have friends and other things. So it's not a hospital, so therefore it doesn't have all the facilities that a hospital has when someone is clinically ill. So, yeah, so it's a home.
And what sort of things are not available, in your experience, that you think are significant?
Well, in an aged care home, you don't have you don't tend to have lots of medical equipment outside of lifters to be able to move people around, or things to measure blood sugars or BGLs. You don't have in-house 24/7 doctors. You don't have in-house 24/7 services such as X-ray or blood collectors or any of those type of services that you would have in a hospital. Yeah.
Okay. And do I take it, have I understood this part of your statement correctly, that it is those matters which inform what you've said at the end of that paragraph, that you believe that the COVID-19 symptomatic residents may have benefited from being transferred to hospital? Is that right?
So I guess the trajectory of the disease was quite rapid, and it was unclear as to what those residents might have needed at that time. So, for example, if you wanted to do a chest X-ray to see if somebody had a secondary infection, you couldn't do that.
That is within Newmarch House.
Within Newmarch House, yeah.
April 2020,
yeah.
Correct?
And sometimes services such as mobile X-ray, that type of thing, it can come into aged care homes. But at that point in time, because of the COVID outbreak that was unknown, those types of services weren't available to come in, and it wasn't recommended that they could.
And are those types of services, is that referring to the things you've mentioned in the second line there on page 7?
Yes.
The phlebotomies, these are samples taken from individuals, chest X-rays, podiatry and allied health.
Yes. So in that comment, in my final comment, I'm talking about all residents in Newmarch House.
And are you making the point that the impact on all residents, not just the COVID positive ones, has to be considered?
Yes.
You've spoken there about some of the advantages of hospital. Did you yourself observe any drawbacks to the situation within Newmarch House during the period April 2020 that you felt informs your view that COVID positive residents may have benefited to transfer to hospital?
That's a hard question to answer, because until someone goes and has interventions, you don't know if there's a benefit or not.
Can I ask you about this? Can I ask you, did you observe during your time, and perhaps focus your mind on the early days of your experience within Newmarch House? You told me earlier that your impression was that there was some need to provide guidance and training in relation to PPE donning and doffing of staff. Your impression was that that improved over time. Is that a matter which you consider may have impacted on the benefit of patients being transferred to hospital?
Well, the process was to, if there was a concern, to escalate that concern to the team that were under the care, that the residents were under the care for. So I can't make, I'm not a doctor, so I can't do that clinical of what the benefit would be for that person at that time.
Acknowledging that limitation you've expressed, is one other thing I want to ask you about. Did you observe there being any difficulties in terms of a lack of staffing from your perspective during those early days in your attendance in Newmarch House?
In the time I was there, there were many staff.
Many?
Many. There were lots of, at times there were almost too many staff to manage in a way. So lack of staff wasn't something that on the 20th that we experienced.
When you said in that answer, many staff to manage, did you observe any difficulties in terms of the ability to manage staff from lots of different agencies during that period? And I don't suggest that you were the person managing them. I'm asking for your observation.
Well, in that case, I object to it. If this witness wants to say whether she had any difficulty managing, that's one thing.
Yes, all right, Mr. Harris.
Well, it's pressed on the basis of the witness's earlier evidence, because she said she was there as a facilitative role. She was directing staff where to attend in terms of different residents. And while she, as I understand her evidence, did not have a role in terms of managing the staff, she can comment on it from her perspective she's already expressed.
Yes, all right. Go on, I'll have the question.
I'll try and repeat it, Ms. Tucker. Did you observe there to be any difficulties managing staff from a number of different agencies during that early period at Newmarch House?
The challenges rather than difficulties.
Okay. And what were those challenges? What did you observe?
So with any situation, if you don't know someone, when you're given a directive, you don't then have the feedback from someone that you know well to know if they've understood it or not. So on different situations with multiple different agencies and different people being on site, those challenges were then to go back and clarify continually what needs to happen, what the role is.
And were you yourself involved in any of those sort of discussions?
Yeah. Well, it would have been one-on-one as you go in a busy situation. Are you okay? What do you know? Have you got any concerns? Clarify. Yeah.
And is there anything else that feeds into the view you've expressed in that statement that I've taken you to as to the fact that some residents who are COVID positive may have benefited from a transfer to hospital?
May have benefited was probably strong words to use. May have been further assessed would have been better words to use.
Okay. I mean, I've used them because they were your words.
Yes,
so
I know.
that's why I'm asking about it. And the question was there anything else that feeds into that for you as to whether there could have been further assessment of those patients or whether they may have further benefited from transfer to hospital?
So the further assessment would lead back to the absence of the services that were unavailable.
Yes. Excuse me a moment. You have identified a number of services that you have explained were not available. Any other reflections you have on the outbreak that you want to tell His Honour about that you haven't already expressed?
It was a difficult time. There was a lot of heart in the home, from outreach, from inreach, from all people involved. And there was a feeling that we need to get through this and we need to do our best to ensure the well-being of the people who live here. It was a very, very challenging time. And there were many, many people who turned up to be part of helping at unknown risk to themselves. And I think they should be commended for that. I think the saddest thing is that all those people died, and that's something that everybody will be sad about, and that the family members weren't able to say goodbye to loved ones. That's difficult for everyone. So, yeah. And, you know, how do we do this again when we're currently still in a pandemic? Aged care needs more resources.
Ms Tucker, thank you. Those are the questions from me. Please wait there. There may be questions from others.
Ms Tucker, just had a question of my own, if I may, Ms Tucker. Sorry. Just wanted to follow up on an answer that you gave Counsel Assisting when he asked you about management of a number of staff from different agencies. And you described being involved in some discussions where there were challenges associated with perhaps a staff member being given a directive and there being no feedback as to whether or not they understood that directive. Do you recall giving that answer?
Yes.
I was wondering whether or not you could provide a practical example of a discussion that you might have been involved in where that occurred.
But what I'm trying to describe is that if you know staff, then you get certain cues from different individuals to where you can tell whether you actually, that they have understood or not. When you have staff that are unfamiliar to you, you don't know, it sometimes can be unclear if they have understood what you've said. I have a thick, heavy accent. So understanding me has never been particularly easy in Australia. So what I'm talking about, rather than a particular incident, is more about that communication for multiple people from multiple places, from multiple cultures, to understand what the need was.
I see. And in describing those challenges, are you talking solely from your own perspective in interaction with those staff members, or are you talking more broadly about your observations of other interactions?
So I'm talking about observation in general of interactions throughout the home.
I see. When you mean in general, you mean amongst yourself and other...
Yeah, so what I mean is from communication from the team managing within the home, but also from the RNs who were responsible for residents, communicating that as well to other care staff that were in the home.
I see, in relation...
So it's an observation of a challenge, and not a challenge, yeah, sorry. I'm getting all over the place now, sorry.
No, I just wanted to understand because you made reference to the fact that you had a heavy accent and experienced difficulties in communications because of that. And what I wanted to ask was whether or not you were describing your own experiences from that point of view, or you were describing some observations more broadly than that.
Broadly.
I see. All right. And was that in relation to staff who were in the home and their communication with agency staff who would come into the home?
The staff that were in the home all went because they had close contacts. So most of the staff that were in the home were outreach agency staff from a clinical point of view. There were in-reach services from Anglicare that came in, such as, you know, pastoral care and different support. Yeah.
Yes, all right, thank you. That's all the questions that I have. I'll just need to check with the other lawyers whether they might have any questions for you. Ms. Clark, on the remote connection, do you have any questions for Ms. Tucker?
No, no questions, Your Honour.
Thank you. Mr. Palfrey, do you have any questions for Ms. Tucker?
No, thank you, Your Honour.
Thank you. Ms. Davidson, any questions?
No questions, Your Honour.
Thank you. Mr. Fordham, do you have any questions?
No, thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Richardson, any questions for Ms. Tucker?
No, Your Honour.
All right, thank you. Mr. Harris, anything arising from any of that?
Nothing, thank you, Your Honour.
All right, very well. Ms. Tucker, there are no more questions for you, so we've reached the end of your evidence. I apologise for not being able to get onto your evidence yesterday and appreciate your patience in returning today. Thank you very much. You're welcome to legal proceed in the witness box. Thank you.
Is that a convenient time? Your Honour?
It is, yes. We'll take a break for lunch and come back at 2 o'clock. Ms. Harris.
Thank you, Anna. Can I just note for the record that Michael Palfrey, who appears for the Aged Care Quality and Safety Commission, is unable to attend this afternoon, but Sarah Hardy's appearance should be noted on his behalf.
Thank you, noted.
Your Honour, thank you. Next witness is Haider El Jamali. I call Dr. El Jamali. He's in the witness box.
Thank you.
Stand up for the moment, Doctor, to take the oath or affirmation.
Yeah, affirmation.
Place this on for you.
Sorry. Yeah.
Silence, please. Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please say, I do.
I do.
Thank you, Doctor. Please have a seat.
Please state your full name for the record.
Yeah, Haider El Jamali.
Thank you. Are you presently an advanced trainee in respiratory medicine?
No, that was last year.
That was last year. What's your current role?
Advanced trainee in gastroenterology.
Okay. We're going to be asking you today about the events that occurred at the Newmarch House COVID outbreak back in April of 2020. At that time, were you an advanced trainee in infectious diseases?
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry, I was in general medicine, but practicing infectious disease.
Thank you for clarifying. Did you prepare a statement in relation to those matters on the 5th of July 2021?
Yes.
Have you got a copy of that statement in front of you there?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the contents?
Yes.
Are the contents true?
Yes.
Thank you. It's Your Honour's volume 26 at tab 33.
Thank you.
I just want to commence, Dr. El Jamali, by asking about your role in or around April of 2020. So in addition to being an advanced trainee in general medicine, but in the specialty of infectious diseases, were you designated as registrar within the hospital and in the home program at that time?
Yes. So, do you need detail? Or?
But please do. Please explain. What does that mean?
Yeah. So, in hospital, the general medicine program involved a combination of infectious diseases and rheumatology, which I had a responsibility for both, but also had hospital in the home program, which is run by infectious diseases. Prior to COVID, that dealt with providing patients with infusions and antibiotics in the home and providing services to avoid unnecessary admission.
Okay, very well. Do I take from that answer that did you have some involvement in hospital in the home as part of being an advanced trainee in that role prior to the COVID outbreaks?
Definitely.
You did? Can you give us an idea of when? When did you commence your role within the Nepean Hospital?
Sure. So that particular role was from February 2020 up until February 2021.
Okay, so in that period, perhaps between February 2020 and April 2020, were you involved in hospital in the home services?
Yes.
What's the nature of the services you were involved in delivering?
The bread and butter nature mostly is clinical reviews, reviewing patients in clinics who are on the hospital and the home program receiving antibiotics. But as part of the COVID outbreak, which ensued shortly after, it started with even swabbing patients to prove they are COVID positive in their homes, linking that information to the microbiology lab, and to enrolling them in the hospital and the home program as COVID positive patients in the community, and doing troubleshooting offline telehealth assessments of patients' progress in the home, and assessing who needs to come in as part of COVID sickness that need to be assessed in hospital, for example.
Very well. Had you, prior to February 2020, been involved in a model of care similar to hospital in the home at other hospitals?
No.
Okay. In terms of your role, let me just understand this. You were designated as the hospital in the home registrar. Was there more than one registrar in the hospital in the home program, to your knowledge?
Primarily, it's affiliated with me. No, I'm the only hospital in the home registrar, as far as I know.
Okay, so just fixing from the time you were in it, so from February 2020 through to, I think you said April 2021, is that correct? Yeah. During that period of time, what comprise the members of staff working within hospital in the home? First of all, do you know how many in total staff were in that hospital in the home?
Yeah, so it involved a number of junior medical officers who would come in to provide us help as the number of COVID positive patients increased in the service. That all depended on availability and the needs of the other teams in the hospital, but at the best of times, 2 or 3, sometimes no juniors. My role was to supervise them. And then there was a head of nursing staff she's like the clinical nurse consultant for the hospital and the home program. And she had about 4 to 6 nurses working with her. Now, obviously, those nurses were full-time working to provide, things unrelated to COVID as part of hospital and the home, as I explained, intravenous antibiotics and other care. And then we all fed back to the infectious disease consultants for, I guess, major decisions, clearing patients from restriction or isolation rules, etc., or enrolling into the service.
Very well. And was that a number of different consultants, or is there one?
Yeah, no, it's a number. It's generally the infectious disease specialist on call for the day. So pretty much the whole ID. Yeah.
And have I understood this correctly, that the whole program sat within infectious diseases? Is that the way it worked?
That's right.
Okay. Yeah. The nurse member of staff you've identified, I think you described her as a clinical nurse consultant. Who was that?
Gillian Hennessy.
Okay. And very well. And do I take it from the way you've described it that you would, in the aspect of your role that was hospital in the home, you'd work with different practitioners depending on who was allocated to the hospital in the home service? Is that correct?
That's right. But my role pre-COVID was really attending to 3 clinics a week and providing any troubleshooting medical assessment advice to nurses as they visit patients and anything that clinically arises that needs attention.
Okay. And in that context, in the period February to April 2020, had you been involved in delivering any of those services to aged care, that's residential aged care facilities?
No.
Do I take from that answer that your involvement, is this right? Your involvement, such as it was with Newmarch House, was the first occasion that you became involved in hospital in the home being delivered to a residential aged care facility?
Yes.
Thank you. In terms of the way that hospital in the home operated, was it only those members of staff that you've identified, and this is perhaps moving forward to focus it on, sorry, no, I won't do that, at a general level, was it only those members of staff you've identified who provided services, or were other services within the hospital or health district brought in to assist? So specialist services, for example.
The hospital and the home in general, you mean?
Yes, in general.
Yeah, well, with infectious diseases, we deal with a lot of soft tissue and bone infections. So many times we get orthopedic surgeons and other counterparts in the medical specialty. Obviously, we work closely with the pharmacists as well to provide infusions and pumps and treatment. And during the COVID outbreak, we received extra nursing staff to assist with the workload.
Very well. Do I take it that the workload increased substantially as a result of the pandemic?
Definitely, yeah.
And in terms of that workload separate to Newmarch House, just explain to me, please, what sort of activities were you undertaking in terms of COVID positive patients in the community? What was going on there?
Yeah. For example, testing patients who were already positive at their homes became one of our tasks. Initially, nursing staff were concerned for their own safety to conduct the tests dealing with a new virus. So I was involved in learning and doing swabs for patients in the community. At some point, I don't know the time frame, but early in 2020, the testing lines were very long, and we were involved in actually testing staff who have any symptoms, and that's really extra to our work. And also, it was my role to go to the testing centre and under the guidance of some of the infectious disease specialists and to see who is getting tested who looked particularly unwell or sick and that may need a medical assessment rather than just test them and send them home. So it was all, it's a new role being created based on the demand. So there was an element of fluid, like it's very flexible and spontaneous, but yeah.
Very well. And of those patients, of those people who returned positive tests, were any of them admitted for care under hospital in the home, in the community, that is in their own homes?
Yeah, everybody who is COVID positive would be virtually admitted in that telehealth system. I would take the first call and explain the program to the patient and family. And not only was I involved in the clinical aspect, but also the public health aspects of when they can be cleared back to join the workforce, for example. And after I explained, the Gillian Hennessy and the staff would send simple observation packs by post or drop it into their home so that patients can do regular obs, generally 4 times a day. And nurses will call every single patient every day to check on them. And any clinical medical concerns fed back to me. I assess telehealth-wise any concern, call the consultant with the view to admit. Or give advice.
And that admit or advice, that last part of your answer, does the admit relate to admit to hospital?
Yes, that's
as an inpatient?
That's right, if they were sick. And many times we had to ask them to present to ED if we had concerns, yeah.
Okay, just drawing together some, sorry, excuse me. In terms of those patients that you had a recommendation to either admit or escalate to your consultant, what were the concerns that were presented to you that led to that?
Generally, the biggest two would be breathlessness with objective hypoxia and low oxygen saturations. That suggests worsening of COVID, pneumonitis, pneumonia kind of picture. Or a lot of them had ischemic sounding chest pain that obviously needed urgent attention from the ED.
Now, so as I understand your previous answer, you described your role as being part of that initial discussion with the patient to explain what the service was. And then, tell me if this is right, you would then receive feedback from the nurses who were making contact with these community patients on a daily basis. Is that the case?
That's right. Any concern on a daily basis from any of the enrolled COVID-positive patients.
On an as-needed basis, would that sometimes involve you also becoming involved, as in having a further conversation with the patient?
Definitely. If the nurse is concerned, that's a review for me to do the same day.
Okay.
And really discuss it with the ID consultant regardless about whether they need to come into ED or we can monitor more closely with more telehealth.
And with a focus on the monitoring of those patients in this cohort that are in the community, how is that monitoring being undertaken?
Yeah, so it's not physical. It's, as I said, they drop the observation back to patients and instruct them on how to take the obs. Practically, essentially, the more intense monitoring, if we're concerned, was twice daily review rather than once daily. So nurses would call in the morning, in the afternoon, and then, yeah. But if there's anything grey, vague, or the patient is just not reliable with doing, like giving us their obs or something, we would discuss with the ID consultant and more likely than not tell them to come to ED for assessment. Yeah, we tried to avoid unnecessary presentations to ED in the height of the pandemic, but yeah.
Is there some equipment that is provided to those community patients by the hospital and the home program?
Yeah, sorry. It is generally it's a pulse oximeter, very small device. It will give the oxygen saturation and the heart rate. And then we would ask the patients to use their or their loved ones or family, like in the immediate same household, to use any blood pressure cuffs or anything that they have. Obviously, if they're diabetic, they would have their own BSL machines and just check on simple tests to give us the sugar level, heart rate, saturation, blood pressure. And obviously, by talking to them, you can tell if they're lucid or oriented or in any obvious respiratory distress, for example. Yeah.
Okay, I follow. And you said generally at the commencement of that answer. Is that equipment that was always given, or was it only sometimes given?
I know that the pulse oximeter was delivered in a very good, like compared to other districts, we've done really well. But I also remember later on we had instructions that our supplies are low. I don't know where it comes from, pharmacy or something, but to my understanding, they supplied it to everyone who's positive. Yeah.
Focus your mind, if you can, on the period around April 2020. So, for argument's sake, 6 weeks or so into the pandemic, as far as we're concerned.
Yeah.
At that point in time, were there issues with supply or not, to your recollection?
Definitely in February and March, I remember that we gave these, yes.
That you were giving them out consistently?
Yes, because these were the very first few cases of COVID and they weren't high numbers initially and we had no problem with resources. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. I asked you previously whether you had yourself been involved in delivering hospital in the home to a residential aged care facility prior to Newmarch. You said no. Do you know whether the hospital in the home programme had been delivered? This is within your own knowledge. If you don't know, say so. But do you know if hospital in the home had been delivered to residential aged care facilities prior to Newmarch House?
As far as I know, no, it wasn't.
You also, at the commencement of your evidence, described part of that process of, excuse me, sorry. Just to clarify, in Nepean, so I'm only asking about the Nepean Hospital in the Home programme, to the best of your knowledge, had Hospital in the Home been implemented in a residential aged care facility before?
Well, the best of my knowledge is that preceding month when I started the job, February, March, no.
Okay. So in that period of time, if it had occurred, do you think you would have become aware of it?
Yes, I think because if it's a COVID-related thing, they would have been enrolled in the hospital in the home program, and I would have a list of who's enrolled every day on my computer to see, track changes, etc.
Okay. And is that the way the information comes to you? Is there a central repository of all the people who are enrolled in hospital in the home?
It isn't as central. Essentially, the microlab and the microbiology registrar, who has pretty much works with the infectious disease department, would report to me by email, internal New South Wales Health email, all the positive cases, and then I would add them to a list on the computer records, my own custom-made list.
Oh, I see.
And then I collaborate, obviously, with the clinical nurse consultant who's running the hospital and the home program. And then we all know who's new. I mean, we communicate between ourselves who's new and who's discharged and keep a track of that. Yeah.
And what sort of numbers are we talking about? And again, if you can, focus in mind in the period, I suppose, April through to June in 2020. But how many in total were admitted to the hospital and the home program? And I suppose we have to include COVID and non-COVID positive patients.
Oh, okay. Total.
Are you able to give those figures? I mean, and I'm not holding to exact figures.
It's a rough estimate, but
yes.
For hospital in the home, non-COVID, we do have 3 clinics that are probably full 15 times 3. So probably at any time we may have 20, 30 patients. That's a very rough estimate at any time. In COVID, it started very light, obviously. In February, probably at maximum 5, 10 patients, but the height was 30, 40 patients. I don't know if that corresponds to June, but yeah, so all up, we did have, in terms of the COVID, we did have reached 30, 40, and that did create a lot of stress for us. That's when we asked for further nursing staff to help. And we did get people, nurse professionals who are not part of HIF who helped us. Yeah.
Thank you. Again, in an earlier part of your answer, you referred to enrolling in the hospital in the home program. There's a set of criteria, is there, that identify who can or should not be admitted to a hospital in the home? Is that your understanding?
Is that for COVID or non-COVID?
For non-COVID, first of all.
Yeah. So non-COVID, the criteria is simple. As long as it's discussed with the infectious disease department, generally, as I said, it's a program to minimize unnecessary hospital admissions for patients that do need a little bit more than oral antibiotics for an infection, but they're not sick enough to need hospital stay. So as long as the case is discussed between the emergency department and the infectious disease department and they okay it, they're pretty much enrolled in the HIF program for some infectious disease they need intravenous antibiotics for generally.
Okay.
Yeah.
And in terms of community COVID patients, was there a different approach taken with them?
Yeah, like it's very similar approach. I mean, it's discussion with anybody who's positive in the community. The infectious disease department knows about it because they are the micro lab anyway, like that's part of their work. And they all get enrolled in the hospital in the home program. And the reviews are very similar to the non-COVID patients, except it's telehealth rather than providing therapy face-to-face. And yeah, we just use maximal use of the telehealth program. And then I guess the same thing, the clearance and discharge from the health program, again, discussed with the infectious diseases specialist. So I don't think it's very different.
Okay, very well. Now, you at that time were within the infectious diseases department, would that be right?
That's right.
Although you were at that time an advanced trainee, but in general medicine, is that correct? Did you have at that time any particular training in respiratory medicine?
No.
You later came on, I think, to enter the advanced trainee course in relation to that, is that right?
That's right, yeah.
Very well. And but you yourself didn't have at that time, this is as at April 2020, any particular training in respiratory medicine. Is that correct?
Sorry.
And if it's not, correct me.
Yeah, I'll just contextualize. So it depends what you mean by training. If it's formal advanced training to become a respiratory specialist, then no. But if it is clinical exposure, I had 3 months as a doctor intern in respiratory medicine at Westmead, or 2.5 months, sorry. And as a basic physician trainee, also done a couple of weeks prior to that in respiratory medicine. So, yeah.
Thank you for clarifying. The numbers you gave me, something like 30 to 40 at one stage of the patients admitted into hospital in the home. Did that include those residents with the Newmarch house? So are you able to give those figures? And if you're not, say so.
No, I can't. Okay. I think it is included, but I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you. In terms of the process of enrolling somebody in the hospital in the home program, is there anything that's done at that point? This is at a general level, this question, in terms of gathering information about them, their previous medical history or matters of that nature.
Yeah, definitely. So that's something looked into by the infectious disease registrar or consultant prior to enrolling a patient, their background, their medications, and if they're acutely unwell or well enough to be in that program. If they're unwell, they need to be admitted into hospital physically rather than the HIF program.
And is that information simply gathered from the patient, or do you go to medical records or other GP or somebody else, or what do you do?
Yeah, it's a bit of both because the emergency refers to HIF program to enroll, and the doctor in ED would have assessed that, and it's documented in the medical records, which the ID department would look into, and then during each clinical follow-up, that may or may not get revisited, depending if it's relevant at that time. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to focus in on some of the notes that you made that are associated with Newmarch House. You only attended Newmarch House on one occasion, you tell us in your statement, is that correct? Yes. That was on one occasion you prepared or withdraw that. You wrote out death certificates in relation to 2 particular residents, is that correct?
Yes.
And you've dealt with that in your statement. I just want to start with a couple of interactions that sort of precede that in time. I wonder if we might be able to show some of the medical notes. So perhaps if we commence with Ms. Brocklehurst's notes. Excuse me. Volume 5, tab 11 at page 1, please. And what I'm going to ask is these should be able to be displayed on the screen in front of you. And this is a note from the 20th of April, 2020. Can you read that adequately in front of you?
Yes.
Do you see the note at the top of the page, 20th of April 2020 at 12:11 in the afternoon? That's an entry that I think you made, correct?
Yes.
And it says simply enough under the heading progress note, El Jamali, yourself, General Medicine AT, Advanced Trainee, I take it. COVID-19 result notification, call made to Newmarch Aged Care Facility, informed staff of positive COVID-19 result, informed of the need for single room and strict PPE and isolation, facility aware of the protocol for COVID-19 positive patients. Just taking that by way of example, on occasion, and I'd suggest there are, I think there's there's 5 occasions when at least you've attempted to make a notification of this result, but do you recall being the person as either tasked to or asked to notify Newmarch House of positive results?
Yeah, definitely. In that 1 week period, yeah.
Okay, and that 1 week being that including 20th of April?
Yes.
Was that unusual, part of your duties? Or did you not usually do that aspect of the role?
Yeah, that's like a newly added, with the whole pandemic, as new things have risen, we had to, for example, initially we were notifying of results and notifying, sorry, can I hear the question again?
I'm just asking whether it was an unusual part of your role or a new part of your role.
It's a new part of the role,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and as the note says, you informed staff of the positive COVID-19 result, and then you've gone on to provide what I take it as some advice, is that right? Some informed staff of the need for single room and strict PPE and isolation?
Yes, which was already in place,
okay.
I understand, yeah.
Can you remember, just judging from what you've written in the note there, what sort of discussion you had with staff about those issues?
Just a discussion of our community enrolled COVID positive patients and how we would assess them daily with regular OBS every 4 to 6 hours and making sure that their OBS are within the flag and no major concerns there, and to escalate that to the responsible, I guess, physicians or doctors if there's any concerns about observations being not in the normal range.
Okay. And your reference in that answer to OBS every 4 to 6 hours, are you confident that advice would have been given to the staff?
Yes, so I explained that this is our HIF program in the community. We make sure that observations are done. So I'm confident that I told them about the need for observations. And the protocol, I'm just referring to me discussing our COVID protocol in the HIF program.
Okay, and that protocol, we come on to another document which mentions it. Was that a written protocol?
I'm not aware of it being a written protocol.
And what did you understand by the protocol? What sort of things does that refer to?
Sure. It's just that system of nurses assessing the observations of patients and clinically if there are any symptoms or signs of concern, and escalating to the appropriate physician or doctor responsible for that facility or that if there's any concerns. Yeah. Okay.
Does the protocol describe the frequency of those interactions? How often the nurses review the notes that you described?
As I said, it's not written, but yes, in the hospital and the home, we've always told, the nurses have always told patients to do this 3-4 times a day, do the OBS. And at least give us readings. I mean, it's variable. Some patients were not compliant with that. So we took whatever we can from patients who done the OBS once a day, but our job was to ensure that they do it frequently and that we get as much recordings as we can. In fact, we even recorded these numbers, the OBS, very detailed on the records. Yeah.
Okay, and when you say we, was that something that you did? Did you record the OBS that you received, or did you not undertake that task?
I did. It was part of an audit kind of thing to look into all the observations of everybody in the HIF service. We reached 145 patients, and I recorded the OBS for them. Yeah.
Okay, are you talking about a cumulative figure of the 145 patients?
So it was kind of just to try and improve our system and assess how we're going, and to even include it in a potential like a study/audit to see how we're performing. Yes, but I had a very good look at all the notes from the nursing staff, and pretty much every nursing note from calling patients every day had to have objective figures of observation, heart rate, blood pressure, etc., as well as subjective description of their symptoms.
Okay. Are you referring there to both people within this cohort in Newmarch House and also in the community generally? That is all patients?
No, sorry, I'm referring to hospital in the home, not the Newmarch.
Okay. So it's at a more general level, that answer. Is that right?
That's right, general for the COVID in the community.
Okay, thank you. Did you, that notification I just showed you on Margaret Brocklehurst's notes, did you at other times make contact with Newmarch House in order to inform them of a positive result?
Yeah, many times.
Was that as a consequence of you being within infectious diseases and having learned about that result yourself?
Yes, and being tasked to convey that message to them.
Okay, and just to understand the process, is it the public health unit that would, presumably through the labs, obtain the result itself after testing the swabbed material from the patient?
My understanding is yes, but they're more to enforce isolation and not spreading the virus. But we're also obviously more concerned about patients' clinical. So we did, a lot of times we doubled up. Public health would already know and notify, but we also didn't have, sometimes we were not aware what public health is doing, essentially. We each doing our own thing. So I was tasked with any positive result in Newmarch to contact and document that Newmarch has been notified of the positive result.
Okay, excuse me. Did you, during your time, withdraw that, did you, during your interactions with Newmarch House, have contact with the virtual aged care service or VACS?
No.
Were you aware of them being involved in Newmarch House during the time that you were involved in Newmarch House?
No.
Did you have any interactions with VACS yourself in relation to Newmarch House at any stage?
After my visit, I became aware that they are handling the medical aspects of all the positive patients, but I didn't have any direct interaction with them. Okay,
and when you say your visit, there was a visit on the 28th of April. That's the one I asked about previously, correct? Yes. Okay, thank you. On the topic of results, are you aware how quickly the results were, well, let's take it in stages. Are you aware, and tell me if you're not, then say so, how long it takes to obtain a result once a test has been submitted to the laboratory?
Yeah, depends on the time of the day, but if it's during the day, roughly 6-7 hours, unless it's a rapid test, in which case it will be sooner, like an hour or two.
Okay, and the former type of test, is that a PCR test? Is that how I would understand?
Both PCR. Yeah.
Both PCR. Okay, so either a rapid test or is it just an ordinary test?
Yeah, they're both PCR, but just prioritized. They can run it faster and get it done within an hour or two. And if it's not prioritized, then 6-7 hours during a day run. But obviously, if it's submitted late or in the afternoon, it can be longer than that.
And you know, the next step in the process, when the results comes to you or your colleagues in hospital in the home and focusing on Newmarch House, do you know how long it takes to get the information notified to them? Is that something you can comment on?
Yeah, it often takes a few hours and rarely longer than that. I remember vaguely from one patient, basically Newmarch was in chaos and it was very difficult to get them to answer the phone. And sometimes I would actually, like most of the time nursing staff would answer, but sometimes administrative staff would answer. Yeah.
And that's something you have personal experience of after having tried to make the calls yourself, is that right? I might just ask to go to another record. This is Mr. Vidakovic's records, volume 15, tab 11. Again, page 1, please. This will come up on your screen in a second. Again, 20th of April, so same day as the record I previously took you to. The entry commences at the top. There's a few lines on the page, and there's 2 entries that commence with the word addendum. So do I understand this was a record that you commenced and then added to on 2 further occasions?
That's right.
And it's dated the 20th of April. The first one, as we can read, says you called NH, does that mean Newmarch House? So first entry at the top of the page under the words progress note, then there's your name, and then it says call the NH 3 times since 8 a.m. this morning.
Sorry, it's nursing home, but I'm not aware if this is Newmarch or not.
Except for the purpose of these questions, this is a record relating to a resident who was then within Newmarch House, but you say NH means nursing home, correct? Thank you for that. Unable to reach, it continues, left a voicemail to call me back with urgent priority for result notification re COVID-19. We'll try again to reach NH staff. And then there's a similar entry to the effect that you tried calling again, left a second voicemail message. Advise nursing homes take all precautions of single room isolation, COVID-19 precautions. Doing the best you can and interpreting your own note, do you think that means you left a voicemail setting out that advice?
That's right, yep.
And then the third entry in time, call mate a nursing home, NH, and spoke directly to staff and informed them of the positive COVID-19 result, need for strict isolation, single room and PPEs. Mm-hmm. So is this an example of an occasion when you certainly initially had difficulty contacting the nursing home?
Yeah.
Thank you. You said Newmarch House was in chaos in an answer a little earlier ago. What's the basis for that view? And focus your mind on the 20th of April, if you can.
That day that I visited?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, you said visited. I think you visited on the 28th.
Yeah.
I was picking up on just your comment at a more general level, I think, was that Newmarch House was in chaos. I'm asking you for the basis for that comment.
Sorry, I can only talk about the 28th. On the 20th, it's just difficulty reaching staff. I felt that they were under a lot of strain, and that's probably my clarification for the word chaos. Okay. The staff probably have been a lot understaffed, strained, etc. But I've never had any physical appreciation of that until I visited on that single day.
And what did you observe? What did you see?
On the 28th, I observed the a huge proportion, if not the majority of the regular staff were away being COVID positive. A lot of staff who came in from other facilities owned by like the Newmarch company or something from other branches had come in. I felt the staff were a bit deflated, feeling that they're working in a very hot spot of, lots of COVID positive patients. And I struggled to reach the medical records or get somebody who can show me where the files of those patients were that I certified, Miss Brocklehurst and Miss Billinghurst. I wanted to have definitely comparing that to hospital. You can feel the strain and the understaffing and the lack of experience because it's understandable staff. A lot of them were not from that branch altogether. And anxiety I felt as well in the staff.
Just to be clear, how did you come to be aware that there were staff working there, that it wasn't their usual place of work? How did you come to that information? I
saw nursing staff just among themselves discussing that kind of. One nursing staff said, "I've had enough. I'm leaving." Like I saw one nurse staff quit in front of me. I don't know if she acted on it or it was just a moment of anger and frustration, but I just could sense it. Yeah. And is the sense you picked up on that the staff were under strain, at least on that day that you attended? Yes, definitely. And that was on the 28th of April? Yeah, the day I visited, yeah. I want to ask you about the process, finally, of entry into hospital in the home. You gave it in a previous answer, but I might take you to a particular record. Excuse me one second. Sorry, I said I'd take you to a record. I haven't given the reference. It's Ms. Brownlee's records, please. It's volume 3. It's tab 13, and it's page 1. This is a slightly earlier entry. This is the 16th of April. So sort of day 5 of the outbreak, 5 days after the outbreak was declared. To put that in context,
there is, do you see on the screen, timed entry at 1:13 in the afternoon on the 16th of April made by yourself?
Yes.
And it provides on the first page that we have in front of us, is this a description of the patient? This is Edith Brownlee, and some of her background history?
That's right. I apologize, this is an incomplete note, but essentially my role was to deliver the message that it's a COVID positive patient. And as you can see on the second line, aged care facility aware of the positive result.
Okay.
So it was just delivering that message. But it's an incomplete note in terms of the plan, as far as I can see.
I think we may go over the page, but on this first page we have a list of medications and a B/GHX. Does that mean background history?
That's right.
Is that right?
Yeah.
And then there's a number of conditions that are listed there.
Yeah.
And then the medications follow towards the bottom of the page. Have you any idea how that information came to you making this progress note? Did you get it?
This is me getting her records from the last medical review, usually an emergency department presentation and assessment.
Okay, so it's within the PN zone records.
Yes.
Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay. Well, just if we can go over the page, please. So the word at the bottom of the page says plan. Page 2 at the top. I take it those 3 lines comprise a description of the plan that you were recording. Is that right? Where it says enroll in HIF.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
You see that?
That's right.
So pausing there, what does that actually mean? What happens when one is enrolled in HIF or hospital in the home?
Yeah. So this is early on when we were not aware of the VACS VAX team enrollment. So that's just putting those patients on our system, being COVID positive, and the nursing staff initially from HIF making daily calls to Newmarch and checking on, that the OBS and things are being performed in the nursing home. So it's kind of providing an overall guidance and monitoring. Yeah.
Okay. So sorry, is that your understanding of a conversation you would generally have in these circumstances at the point of enrolling somebody? Is that the effect of your answer?
Yes.
And when you noted down there, enroll in HIF, is anything done other than having that conversation with the nursing home at that point in time?
From my end, no, but my understanding, and as you can see from the subsequent notes, the nursing staff would then call daily to the nursing home.
Okay. Are you in a position to say whether or not, other than by looking at the notes, are you in a position to say whether or not the nursing staff did call daily? That is, the HIF, hospital in the home nursing staff, called to Newmarch House daily in relation to these patients?
Yeah, I believe they did call daily until a system was worked up and geriatrics and VAX took over that role.
Okay.
Yeah.
And in terms of what happened in relation to geriatrics and VAX, you've already told me you had no involvement in that, correct?
That's right.
And are you able to give us a date or an approximate date as to when that change occurred?
It might have occurred even a few days prior to me visiting Newmarch, but I was only aware after I visited. But I don't know. It probably is sometime in April, but I can't, late April, but I can't tell more when that happened.
Okay, the next line just in that second page of your entry, as per new protocol for HIF COVID-19 NH, meaning nursing home residents. So that may be different from the protocol I asked you about previously. What was the new protocol for hospital in the home COVID-19 nursing home residents? Do you recall?
No, I don't recall there is a handwritten special protocol. It's just, I think this is just referring to the fact that until we worked out the VAX process to enroll them and include them just like the general COVID population, but obviously without being directly involved, nurses call the nurses in Newmarch and just inquire and make sure they are okay and document that.
Understood. And the final line is await aged care facility to send us up-to-date advanced care planning. Again, was that something always part of this initial enrolment process in the hospital and home?
No, it's being elderly nursing home residents and with multiple comorbidities, became aware that in mid-April, I was notified that the geriatrics medicine department is looking at a system where they will do telehealth, I believe, and discuss with the nursing home at Newmarch and look at finalising and liaising with them about advanced care planning. So, yeah.
Okay, understood. I just want to, do you know who advised or who withdraw the word advised? Do you know how that aspect of the process became required? That is the advanced care planning?
No.
Okay. I might show you a separate document. Just if we could go to volume 26, please. And it's to tab 11. Just going to ask you if you recognise this document and if it assists you with a previous question. Sorry, do you see the document on the screen now?
Yes.
I think it runs through a few pages, but just looking at it, do you recognise that document? If not, say so. But do you recognise it?
It brings memory. I think I've seen this paper somewhere before. Yes.
Okay, and just to pick out a couple of points, I mean, there's two boxes on this flow diagram. The first one is, in essence, under the heading, laboratory result to COVID physician on call. And then in the event, looking to the second of the blue boxes, that a patient is medically stable, there's a number of tasks that are itemised there. One is admit to hospital in the home, HITH. The facility advised to record temperature, respiratory rate, blood pressure and oxygen saturation twice a day. I think consistent with your earlier evidence, that's advice that you gave the nursing home, in this case, in Newmarch House. Certainly to advise to take the observations, if not the twice a day bit. Would you agree?
Can I just go back to the
Please do.
question? I retract. I don't think I've seen a similar protocol to this, but without the VACs and palliative care. So I think this is very similar to our protocol, but I don't think I've seen this.
So there may have been a previous version. Is that your understanding? Or a different version?
Maybe a shorter version that we use in HIF, but I don't think I've seen this exact same document. Yeah.
Okay. All right, I can finish with that. Thank you. There was one point I asked about previously, which was the attempts that you made to contact Newmarch House and the difficulties that you had around that time. Except from me, please, there's some evidence in the brief from a nurse. Sorry, there's a progress note in the brief from a nurse named Catherine Sidney, a registered nurse, and the entries are dated the 18th and 19th of April, which record in general terms some difficulties contacting Newmarch House. Does the name Catherine Sidney, is that familiar to you?
I think Catherine is one of the HIF nurses.
Okay, yeah, understood. All right. The next aspect I just want to ask about is this. Was it your understanding, in so much as the COVID positive residents at Newmarch House was concerned, that they were automatically, as in invariably, to be enrolled in the hospital in the home programme in the event that they were discovered to be COVID positive?
Definitely, initially that was the case.
And sorry, I should have made that clear. So at the commencement, so let's say for argument's sake in early April, was that your understanding of the situation?
Yes.
Okay. And in that context, I asked you previously about the criteria for considering whether or not a patient should be admitted to hospital in the home at a general level if you're in the community. Was a similar process gone through with the residents in Newmarch House, or were they automatically admitted into hospital in the home?
Sorry, can you rephrase it as a bit?
It was a long question, I know, I withdraw it. Were all the COVID positive residents automatically enrolled in hospital in the home as at mid-April 2020?
Yes.
Was there any, to your knowledge, and this is bearing in mind your position as the HIT registrar, was there any assessment as to whether or not they met the usual criteria for being enrolled in a hospital in the home or not?
The Newmarch residents?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, they met the criteria and we enrolled them, but in the midst of all these things, the HIF nurses and especially the CNC, flagged that it isn't really, there needs to be involvement of geriatrics medicine as well and other resources, because it's apparently all the nursing homes and their complex needs are dealt with geriatrics medicine. So even though we enrolled them initially, to not miss out on patients who are COVID positive and not looked into or monitored, we were, it seems that I believe that both departments were in the process of formalizing things so that the VAX team and geriatrics take over that assessment.
And you've said already in your evidence there was a process of getting that system up and running and it took time.
Yeah.
And at a point in time, you couldn't tell me when it was, but at a point in time, the system changed. Have I understood that correctly?
Right.
Okay, well, just focusing your mind at the outset of your involvement. It's the case, is it not, that the COVID positive residents within Newmarch House were automatically enrolled in hospital in the home?
At the beginning, yes, that's right. Yeah.
And in distinction to them, were COVID patients in the community automatically enrolled in hospital in the home, or is there a discussion about that process before their enrolment?
No, they were enrolled, but they had to be assessed by me as a registrar and medically kind of clerked, and the assessment is documented. And and the infectious disease specialist would be also called and notified and aware of what's going on. Yeah.
And accepting that it may not be your ultimate decision and somebody else, a consultant, may be involved in this, does that mean that there was an assessment process for those other community patients as to whether or not they were suitable to come into hospital in the home?
Yes, they were assessed coming in and being discharged, but at the same time, everybody who's COVID positive in the community came in. It's not like you don't qualify. If you're COVID positive in the Penrith area, and you have to be enrolled to be monitored.
Okay, understood. And is part of that process, does the patient, that is a community patient, are they asked whether or not they want to? In other words, is there a sort of consent aspect to it?
It's not explicit, but when we offer the service and what we're doing, I don't think anybody refused of the, there's at least probably did reach more than 200. I don't think any single patient refused the calls. There were moments where they did not accept individual calls at certain times, but everybody accepted. Not explicitly, everybody gave consent to be involved in that program, yes. Okay.
Now, in an earlier answer, you described to me, this is looking at general community patients in relation to hospital in the home, that some of those need to be escalated. And it may be for a further assessment by your consultant or indeed for admission to hospital.
That's right.
I've understood that correctly?
Yeah, for both the COVID and the general HIV patients, that's right.
Okay. Now, focusing that on the Newmarch House cohort, those that were COVID positive, do you recall there being discussions about escalating those patients to admission?
I wasn't involved in anyone where, Newmarch or the nurses who were calling Newmarch nurses from HIF called me about a deterioration. But I also heard that there's been cases where unwell patients, I don't know if it's Newmarch, but in a nursing home, and the case got escalated and immediately discussed with the infectious disease specialists on call to decide about these things. Yeah.
Okay, and those are not cases you're personally involved in, correct?
No.
But ones you've heard about.
That's right.
Okay, and they're separate to Newmarch House. Is that my
They
understanding?
may or I don't know if it's Newmarch or not, but I know of incidences hearing from colleagues that COVID positive patients who may have been from a nursing home, but I don't know where, have been discussed with the ID consultant, for example, and a decision about medical assessment in ED or something like that, and even coming into hospital. Yeah.
Okay. But on the day that you attended, which was the 28th of April, except from me, please, the evidence is that a total of 4 people died within the home that day. Given your evidence that you have raised about your own experience of being at Newmarch House, can you recall any discussions that day about the need to hospitalise any of the residents?
There was no discussions about hospitalisation or about any patient being acutely, unwell or needing medical review. I don't recall any of that discussion. And my role was just certifying the 2 deaths.
That's on the 28th itself. Mm-hmm. Yes. Thank you. Moving to the 28th of April, just in terms of the process that you went through, there were 2 patients that you were there who had sadly passed away, Margaret Brocklehurst and Blanche Billinghurst, to give you their names. What was your role in brief terms in relation to them?
My role was to complete the death certificate and paperwork to allow for the process to go on.
Am I right that you had no previous involvement in either of their care? Is that correct?
That's right.
In the case of Margaret Brocklehurst, I think you were involved in the notification. I've taken you to that already.
Yep.
But other than that, no involvement. Is that your recollection?
That's right.
And in terms of the process you went through, is this correct? That you obtained information from other staff in relation to the information you needed for the purpose of the death certificate?
That's right. Staff showed me what I believe now is a handwritten record, and I've looked into the background history and that which is needed to complete the paperwork.
Okay. And you've described this further in your statement. I don't need to take you further to that. Dr. El Jamali, thank you. Those are the questions from me. There may be further questions at this stage.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Doctor, I'll just check whether there are any other questions for you, if you wouldn't mind waiting for a moment. Ms. Clark, did you have any questions for Dr. El Jamali?
No, no questions, Your Honour.
Thank you. Ms. Hardies, did you have any questions?
No, thank you, Your Honour.
Thank you. Ms. Davidson, do you have any questions?
No questions. Thank you, Your Honour.
Thank you. Ms. Richardson, do you have any questions for Dr. El Jamali?
No, Your Honour.
Thank you. Mr. Fordham, any questions?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Well, in that case, Doctor, there are no more questions for you, which means your evidence has come to an end. Thank you very much for attending today. You may leave your seat there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice one.
Yes, Your Honour. The next witness is Dr. Kakat.
Thank you.
Standing there for a moment. You take the affirmation or
Yep.
affirmation?
Yep.
Faces on and listen, please. Faces on. Silence, please. Do solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Please say or do.
I do.
Thank you, Doctor. Please have a seat.
Thank you.
Dr. Kakat, could you please state for the record your full name?
Mohammed Faisal Kakat.
And you've prepared 2 statements for the coroner.
Yep.
The first of which is dated the 7th of July 2021.
Yep.
Do you have a copy with you in the witness box? I'll have one placed in front of you. And Your Honour, that statement's found in volume 26, tab 34.
Thank you.
And Dr. Kakat, the second statement is dated the 25th of July 2022.
Yep.
Have you had an opportunity to read over those statements before you came to court today?
Yep.
Doctor, could I first just ask you a few questions in relation to your experience?
Yep.
You outlined for us in your first statement that you are a senior hospitalist in geriatric medicine at Nepean Hospital. Is that correct?
Yep.
And you've been in that position since 2014?
Yep.
And does that mean you are not a fellow of the College of Physicians?
That's right.
But you have specialised in geriatric medicine for at least the last 8 years?
Yeah.
In that role, you have been connected to the virtual aged care service?
Yes.
And have you been, that's known as VAX?
VAX, yeah.
And have you been with the VAX the entire 8 years?
Yes.
Are you under the supervision of Dr. Sharma, or do you work alongside Dr. Sharma?
Under the supervision of Dr. Sharma.
And is VAX a multidisciplinary team?
Yes.
What are the other disciplines associated to the VAX team or members of the VAX team?
Right. Nursing, physiotherapy, occupational therapy, and dietitian and social worker.
And is Dr. Sharma the lead clinician?
Dr. Natalie Fox is the lead clinician.
And does the VAX team also have a palliative care physician as a member of its multidisciplinary team?
No.
In terms of your care of patients, do you work in a hospital, on a hospital ward, or in the community?
I work in the hospital, but I do see the patients in the community.
So how many days, if I can take your mind back to the early part of 2020 and the period before the outbreak at Newmarch House that you were involved with, what percentage, how many days in the week were you at Nepean Hospital on the wards?
In the wards, I am not working.
Not at all? No. And where in the community were you working?
I work in the community as I am doing the home visits and nursing home visits. And I do some one clinic in a week.
The clinic is located, where is it, attached to the hospital or separate?
It is in the hospital.
And what type of patients come to the clinic? With what type of conditions or illnesses?
I'm doing the dementia clinic or the cognitive assessment clinic.
And are they patients who are looking for a cognitive assessment to assist them with increased funding or care?
Not necessarily. We need to get a diagnosis of what is the reason for their cognitive impairment. So then they come to the clinic to know about that.
And the other 4 days of the week, how many days were you in aged care facilities or nursing homes, and how many days were you visiting residential homes?
It is not fixed. We get referrals, so I go out according to the referrals.
In terms of the occasions when you'd go, you were associated with a number of aged care facilities, is that correct?
Yep.
I think in your statement you said there were 29. Have I recalled that correctly?
That's right.
So you alone, as a medical officer, were covering those 29, or did you have assistance from another medical officer?
Dr. Natalie Fox is also doing that.
I didn't.
Dr. Natalie Fox, she is also visiting nursing homes and homes.
And in terms of your work in the nursing homes, what type of conditions were, yes?
Advanced trainees also doing this once in a week.
Is that advanced trainee under your supervision?
No, Dr. Sharma.
Dr. Sharma. And in terms of the attendances at aged care facilities, what type of presentations were you most commonly seeing and treating?
Right. All types of aged care problems there is. There will be Majority of the cases will be behavioral issues with related with dementia, then cellulitis, urinary tract infections, respiratory infections, falls, that type of diseases.
And in terms of respiratory presentations and falls, were there occasions where you would escalate that resident's care to a hospital and seek hospital admission for them?
If they need hospital admission, they need hospital admission. That's it.
What type of signs were you looking for in those cases to escalate it to a hospital admission?
Hospital admission needs the urgency or the emergency of the patient. If the patient is acutely unwell, and they will send to hospital. Sometimes if the patient is unwell and not needed hospitalization, we will treat them in the nursing home with IV fluids or IV antibiotics, and other investigations will be done.
So and you would make that assessment, is that correct, as to whether their care should be escalated?
Yep.
So for those with a respiratory infection, what sign would you be looking for that would concern you?
What do you mean?
What you said, if they're acutely unwell, what sign would you look for to tell you that they are acutely unwell?
Any patients, they are acutely unwell means like a COPD patient, if their saturation is not improving above 88, after the normal measures like giving enough Ventolin, enough bronchodilators, enough steroids, if they are not coming up with these measures, the saturation is not coming, then they need to go to hospital. But a lot of patients may have the advanced care directives. They don't want to send to hospital. Or if any patient, we don't have the diagnosis, they need to send to hospital.
And was Newmarch one of the aged care facilities? I understand that Newmarch was one of the aged care facilities that you would visit through the VAX program prior to the outbreak?
Yes, yes. Newmarch House is I think that is the closest nursing home to the hospital. It is only 1.7 or 1.8 kilometers.
And are you able at all to give us an estimate of how often before the outbreak you would have been attending Newmarch House and seeing residents there?
It is not a fixed number, but it depends on the referrals. Sometimes there may be 6 or 7 cases, sometimes no cases. Depends on the referrals, or it depends on the unwell patients.
And just coming back to the other presentation that you mentioned, namely if a resident had a fall, in what circumstances would you then escalate their care for an admission or review at a hospital?
Right. In case of falls, the patient may be sent to hospital if they are on anticoagulant, and we are not, if there are any symptoms like desaturation or confusion that is related with the falls. So we will observe neurologic observation will be done, and at the same time we will organize a CT brain with the hospital.
And in terms
so the patient can come to the hospital and do the investigations and maybe going back to the facility.
In terms of the neurocognitive assessments you would do in a fall, are you familiar with, is there a form called the Glasgow Coma Scale?
Yeah.
Is that one of the neurocognitive assessments that you might perform on a resident where you're being told that they've had a fall?
Yeah.
And if you got a result that they were in the mild to moderate range, what would that escalate care to a hospital?
If there is no reason with other than falls, if there is some reason other than falls, we may need to observe. Otherwise, if there is a fall and suddenly deteriorates, they will take it to the hospital. Or if they develop vomiting, they will take to the hospital.
And Dr. Kakat, can I ask, in terms of, you wouldn't, at some stage you'd obviously have to leave the nursing home to go and perform your other rounds or duties. How would you leave instructions for the nurses in those circumstances where you wanted a patient observed or you wanted certain things done? At Newmarch House, for example, before the outbreak, how would you communicate that to the nursing staff?
Usually we will, in all nursing homes, usually we will write the notes and tell the nursing staff. So talking to the nursing staff is important, and then there will be handover, so they will communicate with the other staff as well.
And in terms of writing a note at Newmarch House before the outbreak, were you doing handwritten notes, or were you going on to the iCare system?
iCare.
So you're going into the electronic medical records. And if you were to take observations of a resident at Newmarch House before the outbreak, would you be recording your observations in the aspect of the electronic medical records, which is the progress note, or would you go to the vital sign charts?
It is a vital sign chart. And sometimes the staff will not record on vital signs. There may be paper written. But generally, I will take my own observations.
You'll take your own observations. But in terms of recording it, what was your preferred place of recording observations?
It doesn't matter, even if it is handwritten, because they are doing it they are doing the rounds of the observation. That time I am coming, then of course it is a paper written statement, paper written observation. So I can look into that and transfer it to my notes.
And transfer it to your notes, did you say?
Yeah.
Where were you keeping your notes? Somewhere separate to the Newmarch electronic system?
No, it will be in the Newmarch electronic system.
Right. And with respect to your patients in the community, were they face-to-face consultations that you were having, or had you already introduced telehealth in the early part of 2020 before the pandemic?
Before the pandemic, the telehealth is introduced. I think a year ago, the telehealth was introduced. And,
but is that what you were using, or was your preference still for the face-to-face?
My preference is face-to-face, but I use the telehealth as well. It depends on the calls. Like if it is urgent, then we will go video call. Like I will be on the road. So if somebody calls me, and then I can park the car and ask what is the reason. And if they want to see a patient, then I will do a video conference and give them some advice. Then I can see the patient according to the importance.
Right, so you might do the first consultation by video to see what the issue is.
Yeah.
And if you didn't feel you could get sufficient information, you would go in and do a face-to-face.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
And given that you were not at the hospital working on the ward at all, when is it that you would see Dr. Sharma or the other members of the VAX team? And I'm now still focusing your mind on before the outbreak at Newmarch House.
Right. I will see almost every day Dr. Sharma.
In person?
Yeah.
And how does that come about?
Her office is near my office. And every day I will talk to her about the patients I have seen, or the next day morning I will talk to her about the patients I have seen. And I will telephone her after seeing the patient.
So did you have a consulting room at Nepean Hospital, or consulting rooms near Nepean Hospital?
In Nepean Hospital.
In Nepean Hospital. Can I ask you, before your involvement with the outbreak at Newmarch House, had you treated any COVID-positive patients in the community?
No.
Had you, if you weren't working on the wards, am I right that you had also not treated any COVID-positive patients admitted into the hospital?
No.
Were you aware if the VAX team had treated any member of your team had treated any COVID positive patients in the community
Before Newmarch?
before Newmarch?
I don't think so.
Um,
I don't know, actually.
Okay,
Other
but
members I can't see.
as a member of a multidisciplinary team, would you have weekly meetings?
Not weekly meetings, daily meetings.
Daily meetings? All members of the team? And was that to discuss all the patients that you were each respectively going to see?
Yeah.
And did it ever...
Time it was 8 o'clock, now it is 8:30.
What's that, sorry?
That time it was the 8 o'clock meeting, now it is 8:30 meeting.
And at the time that everyone was getting concerned with COVID and the pandemic, did you, as a member of that multidisciplinary team, did any one of you undergo training in relation to the treatment of COVID positive patients?
We went to the training for infectious disease like duffing and donning and prevention of infection. And we did the online modules. Online modules.
And were those online modules in relation to the donning and doffing?
Infection control. Yeah. I think everybody should do, that was the rule. Everybody should do the online training, and we all did that.
And what about information in relation to COVID itself? Were there any online modules that were mandated for you?
No, that time it is the start of the COVID. So we don't know much about the COVID. So mainly we need to prevent the disease and treat the disease according to the symptoms. There is no treatment for the COVID.
And during the period of the outbreak at Newmarch, namely 11 April through to 15 June, did you receive in your email inbox or through Nepean communications any further information in relation to knowledge about COVID and treatment of COVID?
I think almost every day we were getting the emails and the newsletters.
And do those newsletters then inform you in relation to the actual virus itself?
Update, yeah.
So moving to, in your statement, in your first statement, you tell us at paragraph 7 that you first became aware of the outbreak at Newmarch House on the 14th of April.
Yep.
And you say that then you're a member of the team.
Yep.
Once you became a member of the VAX team dealing with the outbreak at Newmarch, were you still seeing other patients in the community?
No. Once I am in the team, Dr. Sharma told me to concentrate on this patient and hold off the other patients.
So were you seeing anyone in the community, any patient?
I don't think. I don't think I have seen any patients.
And what about the clinic, the dementia clinic?
The clinics, I don't know what that date, from that date or so, clinics were closed for some time. And I was taken off from the clinic.
And you tell us in paragraph 8 that you have some recollection of your involvement at Newmarch, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
But you're largely reliant on what is written in the clinical records.
Yep.
In terms of your recollection as to the systems in place relating to your involvement of delivering care to the residents, do you have a clear timeline in your mind with respect to the systems and when and if they changed?
I don't know. I don't remember.
So looking at your statement again, at paragraph 9,
yep.
You record there that the VAX team would hold a scheduled telehealth meeting in the morning every second day,
Mm-hmm.
and that you would usually attend Newmarch House each weekday afternoon,
yep.
and sometimes earlier.
Yep.
Are you able to say now, Dr. Kakat, if that was the situation from the start of your involvement, namely from the 14th of April,
yes.
or if your involvement changed at some point in time?
No, I think during the first, from the first day, I was going to Newmarch House almost every day.
And how certain are you of that?
That is almost sure. The reason to go to Newmarch House is either the patient need to be seen, or I might need to deliver some medications or some equipments.
So it needs medication or what?
Or equipments.
Equipment.
Yeah.
And do you say you delivered equipment to Newmarch House?
Yes.
What equipment do you recall delivering to Newmarch House?
You know, like sometimes there is a shortage of IV infusion set or cannulas, that sort of things.
And are you able to now say whether that equipment was delivered by you in the first month of the outbreak or the second month of the outbreak, or do you have any memory at all as to when you delivered equipment?
I think always I was on the backbone, as
I couldn't hear you, sorry.
I was on the back part, because if they need something urgent, they can call me. Otherwise, it may take time.
So I'm just a bit unclear on your evidence. Sorry, could you just, in terms of the equipment, in particular, you've made mention to IV infusion sets and cannulas.
IV fluids.
IV fluids and cannulas.
Yeah.
When do you believe you delivered that equipment?
I think day one, I believe.
Day one. And what number of infusion sets? Do you have a visual memory of you carrying this?
It is not sure, because I make sure that there is one available always.
One what?
I go at home maybe 4:30 or 5 or 6. So at that time, I will make sure that there is something is there.
At Newmarch House?
Yeah.
And what's that something? Are you speaking?
Something means fluid and IV antibiotic and cannulas.
And where were you placing it? This equipment?
I was giving to the counter because I don't want to spread the infection, so I will give it to the counter.
So whatever equipment you believe you brought to Newmarch, you believe you left it at the front counter?
Yeah.
And did you ever, do you have any memory of going at some later point after delivering that equipment to obtain and then use that equipment?
I don't think I used anything. I don't remember.
And when you made those deliveries to the front counter, just coming back, if we're just focusing on the IV infusion set, was it a single set or a number of multiple sets?
It is a single set, and if they ask me more, I may give two sets.
And with respect to the cannulas?
Yeah.
The same. So just coming back to your recollection that you were there every day from the start, moving back one step and turning your mind again to paragraph 9 of your statement.
Every day means not on Sundays and Saturdays.
Work days, 5 days a week. So turning back to paragraph 9, you said the VAX team would hold a scheduled telehealth meeting in the morning every second day. That telehealth meeting, is that a telehealth meeting between the members of the multidisciplinary team, or was it a separate and distinct telehealth meeting to one which took place with the residents?
Telehealth meeting, the other end, this end we will be the consultants, and we and the physio all are here, and the other end the patient and the nursing staff will be.
And just so I've got a clear understanding in relation to patients, when you say that you were going to Newmarch House every day, was that to only see and treat the COVID positive patients, or was it to see and treat and review all residents at Newmarch House?
Right. Mainly COVID patients, but occasionally I have seen other patients. 1 or 2 times.
So if we're looking at the period of the outbreak, namely 11 April until 15 June, are you saying that only on 1 or 2 occasions did you see a non-COVID positive patient? Is that correct?
Yeah.
Do you say the balance of the time, 5 days a week, you were seeing a patient who was COVID positive?
Yes.
And do you say that you were seeing them face to face?
Not all patients every day.
Not all patients, but those patients you did see.
Yeah.
And when you would see a patient face to face, would you take observations?
Yes. No, COVID patients.
COVID patients.
COVID patients, I will not take the observations. Usually the nursing staff taken the observation, but if they are not taken, then I will take.
So with respect to usually the nurse would take the observations, do you say that you were in the room with the nurse when she was taking the observations?
I will go with the nurse to the patient.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
the observation may be taken half an hour before, then I don't need to take that time.
So you would have the nurse don on and don off on her own taking observations. Is that what would occur? Then she'd come out and then she would don on again and go in with you?
Not immediately. They will do the observation rounds, right? Then maybe another nurse will be coming with me or the same, I don't know. So they will come with me and see the patient.
And did you understand that the practice was that if you did an observation or a round with a nurse, that would you be recording that in the clinical records or would they be recording that in the clinical records?
What is your question?
When you were doing the rounds with the nurse, was it your understanding that you would record in the clinical records that round had occurred, that you had seen that patient?
Yeah.
Or was it your understanding that the nurse would record that, or would you both record it?
Nurse will record in her notes.
Right.
I will record in my notes.
Where are your notes kept?
In the Newmarch house and in the hospital.
And in terms of the Newmarch, did you have your own passcode or entry name into the iCare system? And with respect to the Nepean clinical records, could you access them externally?
The Nepean?
Nepean, or did you need to be at Nepean Hospital?
At the moment, I can access the records.
So at the moment, back in April...
I am not sure when I got the access. I am not sure about the dates.
So could you just explain that to me, Dr. Kakar? Weren't you attached to Nepean Hospital?
I'm attached to Nepean Hospital, but yes, the external access...
Sorry, I understand.
I got it. I don't know the date. I don't remember the date.
So one of two things could happen. You either were able to access externally, or you could not, and you would make entries in the Nepean Hospital records after you'd seen a patient.
After I saw the patient, I don't remember exactly, but before that, I was doing it next day, or I will discuss with Dr. Sharma, and Dr. Sharma will enter the notes. But I think during COVID, most of the time, Dr. Sharma entered the notes.
As a result of a discussion with you?
Yeah.
And do you say that includes a discussion with you about your observations of residents who were COVID positive at Newmarch?
Mm.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
Just for the... And did you have some handwritten notes that you would take back to Nepean so that you could have a...
I will take the handwritten notes with me, and I will tell Dr. Sharma, because I can't remember all the patients, so usually I will take.
And in terms of those one or two occasions that you believe that you saw a non-COVID positive patient, do you know now whether that was at the early stage of the outbreak or at the later stage of the outbreak?
That I don't remember exactly.
In terms of those one or two patients that you believe you saw, do you know whether they subsequently tested positive for COVID?
I don't know.
So coming back to the telehealth situation, we're all there's telehealth meeting every second day. Did I understand your evidence correctly that that was a telehealth meeting that occurred with the patient and the multidisciplinary team of VACs?
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
And is your memory that those telehealth conferences occurred with you present at Newmarch with the patient, or were you at Nepean Hospital with the multidisciplinary team?
Most of the time, Nepean Hospital, but occasionally at Newmarch House.
And how, just take your memory back to the first few days of going into Newmarch in the outbreak. Do you believe that there were telehealth conferences in those first 2 weeks?
I don't remember exactly, but telehealth, we are using that for a long time. So I assume it was there.
Is it your memory that if you had conducted a telehealth conference with a patient, that it would be recorded in the Nepean Hospital notes or in the Newmarch iCare records that a telehealth conference had taken place?
Yeah.
Was that the usual practice of the team to record it? So I'm going to come to the notes, Dr. Kakart, in a moment, but just in terms of the systems in place, do you say in the first 2 weeks, do you believe that you were attending every day in the afternoon?
To Newmarch House.
To Newmarch House? Are you certain of that? Or
I was attending, but I didn't say that I was seeing the patients, right?
Right. So what were you doing? If you're attending at Newmarch and not seeing the patient, could you just assist us in outlining what work you were involved in?
There are a lot of prescriptions to give.
Prescriptions? Yes. And in relation to regular?
Need to be renewal of medication charts.
So could you just tell us what is the process? Is that in relation to all the residents of Newmarch House that you were looking at their medications, or only the COVID positive?
Only COVID patients, which the medication chart is not there, means it is finished, or like a morphine or some medications needed and which is not there. So that needs scripts. Because sometimes if we say by phone, we need to give the scripts.
And in terms of, would you be sitting in a separate room or in one of the wings where the residents were when you were undertaking that task?
In the first room, it is not a room, like a foyer.
In the foyer? Yeah. And so you could observe everything that was going on around you? In terms of the activity, in terms of the movement of staff, of nurses?
You know the outline of the Newmarch House.
I haven't been inside Newmarch House. I've seen a video.
Okay. Newmarch House is a nursing home. There is an entrance and the reception is on the right side, and the left side there is a foyer. And the rooms are, then the rooms comes. So we can see only the corridor, end of the corridor or the entrance to the corridor. So that we can see.
And that's where you would sit to deal with the medication? Yeah. And were you donning on PPE in doing that task, or you didn't need to?
No, we need to.
And
the donning is done prior to the entrance.
And how long, in the first 2 weeks, do you say that occupied some of your time, much of your time? What percentage of your time in the first 2 weeks do you believe you were focusing on
First
medication?
2 weeks, I think much of my time.
Much of your time?
Much of my time at nursing home.
Was occupied with the medication charts?
Not only medication chart, to see the patient and medication chart and supplying the materials, that sort of thing.
And at paragraph 11, sorry, I didn't mean to cut over you.
Initial stage, it was not clear for everybody. So we need to give frequent instructions. And there was frequent questions like this one, what to do with this one, what to do with if the medication finished, what we will do. So we have to go there with the medications.
So just so I'm clear, do you say that there were some issues in relation to whether to continue the prescribing of certain medications in a COVID positive patient? Is that correct? Or when you say to give this one or not give this one, what are you referring to?
Like if we prescribe a morphine PRN,
yes,
there may not be morphine, right? So we need to give the script.
Yes.
To them. So everything need to be make sure that it will be there. Because at night time, the nighttime I was not there. Other doctors will be there for till maybe 6 o'clock.
What other doctors were there, Dr. Kakat, in the first two? Just want to focus your mind on the first 2 weeks.
First 2 weeks, I don't know when they started. There are 2 doctors came after that.
What doctors do you recall seeing at Newmarch?
Doctor's name, I don't remember. It is in my phone.
Is it a general practitioner or a specialist?
I think one was a specialist, one was a general practitioner.
And do you know Dr. Branley?
Dr. Branley was always there.
So when you're not referring him to, you're referring to 2 other doctors that you saw there.
I will ask him if any doubt about the infection or if any doubt about the infection control or antibiotics. I can ask him.
Okay. So just coming back to your review of patients, just bear with me a moment. When you would go into, could you tell me what the process was in terms of your review of a patient, in terms of the time it would take, the donning and doffing, what you would do inside a patient's room when you're assessing them, whether you were there with the assistance of a nurse or not? What was the process?
You have to go there. First, I have to change my dress.
Change
my dress.
Change your clothing.
Clothing.
Yes.
Yeah. Then doffing and donning. Then, washing my hands. Then doffing and donning.
And what did the doffing and donning, what were you wearing? Were you wearing goggles?
Goggles, gown, then gloves, then shoe cover, then head cover.
Right. And what was the usual practice your usual practice in terms of assessing a COVID positive patient?
First, we need to make sure that everything done.
What does that mean, everything done?
The glove.
The donning.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then go to the patient's room. So there is a barrier or line. They will check it, whether we really need to enter the space. So then we will go inside, and which way we want to go, we will tell them. Room number 23, I want to see a patient.
And how would you decide which patient to see?
The morning meeting, I told you the morning meeting will be there.
Yes.
And that meeting, Dr. Sharma or I think Dr. Jayanti Kadreshan. And
could you spell that for me?
Jayvanthi.
The palliative care specialist?
Palliative care specialist.
Do you say that she was involved in the first few weeks of the outbreak?
First few weeks, I don't remember first few weeks she was there or not.
Right. So in terms of triaging the patients you would see,
yeah,
how did that occur?
So they will decide this patient need to be seen today. And
who's they?
Dr. Sharma.
And what would Dr. Sharma base that upon? What was the discussion around how Dr. Sharma would choose which patient she would like you to review?
You see, if any patient deteriorates suddenly, they need to be seen.
They
need to be seen.
Yes.
Or like a patient was stable till yesterday midnight, then she's gradually deteriorating. Then we have to go there and see whether anything other than COVID can cause this.
Yes. So what was your usual practice in assessing that type of situation?
Okay. What is the other cause of respiratory failure? It can be due to cardiac failure. It can be due to pulmonary edema. It can be due to a bacterial infection. It can be due to a pneumothorax. It can be due to an injury. It can be not acute. It can be due to a tumor. So a lot of things can cause the respiratory failure.
Yes.
So if there is nothing, the symptomatology, nothing suggestive of any other causes, we will make sure that it may be due to the pneumonitis of the COVID. Yeah.
Yes, and then if you made a decision that you believed it was due to the COVID, what treatment, if any, did you implement?
I told you that there is no treatment for COVID at that time other than supportive measures.
And in terms of the supportive measures, what supportive measures were you implementing?
Supportive measures are the oxygen via nasal prong.
And how would you determine the litres per minute?
If the patient is not COPD patient, we can give more than 2 liters.
If they're not a COPD, did you say? So chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. Yeah. So if they do not have COPD, then you would administer...
Go to 5 liter, gradually increasing, 3 liter, 4 liter, 5 liter. We can go to maximum 10 liter like that.
And would you direct what you thought was the litres per minute to administer in relation to the nasal prong flow?
Yeah.
And where would you record that somewhere?
No, it depends on the saturation.
Right.
If the saturation is going low, we can increase the oxygen.
You can what? Sorry, I didn't hear.
Increase the oxygen.
Increase it. Yes, but would you give some direction to the nurses who are there, some direction in relation to how much oxygen to administer?
If the patient is a COPD patient, we say that maximum 2 liters can be given. If the patient is not a COPD patient, we will tell them, according to the saturation, you can increase the oxygen delivery.
And did you give them a guide with respect to if the saturation reading is X, the litres per minute should be Y? Or did you have any conversation
I don't
like
give
that,
any,
or did you leave it to the
but
discretion?
I think the nurses will know.
Right. Was there any other supportive measures that you implemented?
Fluids.
Fluids?
Yeah.
And how did you, what do you mean by fluids?
Fluid means IV fluids. First, encourage the oral fluids. If it is not effective, we have to assess for the signs like low blood pressure, tachycardia, or high heart rate, and dryness of the mucous membranes.
And what of the mucous membrane?
Dryness of the mucous membrane.
And you say that they are all signs of dehydration? And if you saw, would you take vital signs to assess if there was dehydration?
Yeah.
And then did you say that you would order or implement IV fluids?
Yeah, carefully.
And I take it that if you're going to... Sorry?
You see, this is all our elderly patients. We cannot push the fluid like anything. We need to be very careful to give the fluids, right? Otherwise, they will end up in heart failure.
And so because one has to be careful, I take it that you would have recorded somewhere the ordering of or the direction to implement intravenous fluids. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And where would you have...
Most of the time, we can go with the subcutaneous fluid.
Subcutaneous, okay. And that likewise needs a recording of it in the clinical records?
What is that?
You need to record that in the clinical record?
Yeah.
Yes. And where would you have recorded that if it had been directed by you?
If any patient needs IV fluid, I should have written in the notes.
And where in the notes? Is it in the eye care progress notes? Is it in somewhere in the vital signs? Is it in the medication charts, the electronic medication charts?
It is in the progress notes.
It's in the progress notes. And with subcutaneous, do you just write an S and then a slash and a C? Yeah. So you just write SC fluids?
Yeah.
And is there any dosing with the SC fluids?
Yeah. Usually we will give 1 liter or 12 hours.
And do you have a memory now as to how many of the 19 residents who passed away, or the 37 residents who were tested positive with COVID, you made an order in relation to...
I don't have any specific memory, but even in this case, if the patient is decided terminally ill or terminally ill, the fluid recommendation is different.
I couldn't understand. I'm sorry, Dr. Kakati.
Terminally ill patient,
yes,
the fluid may not be safe.
May not be safe to administer.
Yeah.
But in terms of
that depends on the palliative care physician.
So before you get to the step of being terminally ill, am I correct in assuming that even in April of 2020, the medical profession was aware that simply because one's has a positive COVID result, that does not mean that you're automatically terminally ill?
No.
So
the positive COVID means only COVID.
Yes.
Only COVID. No other comorbidities. Right?
Yes.
If you have other comorbidities, the things are different. So we need to see each patient individually. We cannot generalize. Each patient should be taken as individual case.
Right. And so,
their needs are different.
And before one gets to the terminally ill phase, is it correct that although there was no treatment for COVID, there were supportive measures which may improve the way their body responds to the virus?
Which may, but it depends on the symptoms and onset as well. Like if a patient gets sudden onset and suddenly deteriorating, there is no much role in fluids.
There's no much
role in the supportive measures, because the study shows in that type of patients with other comorbidity, the severity of the disease and other comorbidities with a short time, that type of patients may not react.
And what do you determine as a sudden decline?
Sudden decline means within 24 to 48 hours.
24 to 48 hours. So, for example, one of the residents, in fact, the first resident tested positive, and this is resident CA, tested positive on the 12th of April, but did not pass away until the 28th of April. So in a case such as that, I take it you wouldn't put that into the sudden decline and then the terminally ill from the outset category, would you?
No, I object to that. There's two different concepts. It depends on when you time the sudden decline from. That's not, I think what my friend's suggesting, I don't want to say too much in front of the witness, but there's a difference between getting a positive diagnosis and an immediate sudden decline or a sudden decline at some other point. That's my point.
I don't press it. I'm going to go to individual patients.
All right.
But I note the time, just a couple of things if I can, Your Honour, before I go to I won't go to those individual patients now. But Dr. Kakat, how long, what was the usual time period for a telehealth conference or consultation with a patient to last? How long would it generally last?
It depends on the patients.
What's the minimum period of time it would last?
I don't think there is a minimum period or maximum period. There is no set rules.
When you did a telehealth conference with a resident or patient, did you have their full clinical history in front of you during that assessment, or what were you accessing during that consult?
It is not during consultation, the history and things. It is not getting during consultation. We see the files before the patient's seen. So it may be a few minutes to hours to study the files, the patient's files in the hospital. Then we call the nursing home. Sometimes if we need some clarifications, we will tell them to fax it or email it. Then we will study that, then only we will make the consultation, the video conference.
And from Nepean Hospital, were you able to access the clinical records at Newmarch?
That time we were able to.
And you alone or every member of your multidisciplinary
I don't know
team?
about the other members. I know me and I think Hayley Carpen were given the access. But after sometimes, I don't exactly remember, they changed to paper version.
I note the time, Your Honour. Sorry, if you'll just bear with me a moment, Dr. Kakat. And at some stage, I understand the record keeping at Newmarch House went from the electronic system to the paper system.
Yep.
And if you were doing a telehealth conference from Nepean Hospital on those occasions, how would you access the information at Newmarch in the handwritten records?
We need to tell them to fax it or email it.
To fax it or? Email
it.
And do you have a memory of that occurring?
I don't have any specific memory about that. But if any difficulties, I can go there and check it. Newmarch.
You can go there and access them yourself. But in terms of assisting you in a telehealth conference, it would, do you recall whether a nurse would have...
Telehealth conference is not all the consultation. Telehealth conference is a preliminary method. We will see all the patient and screen through the telehealth conference. Then if we go there, we need to go there.
But how would you make the assessment as to whether or not you should go there?
I told you the patient is deteriorating. We need to go there.
And in terms of the measurements, their vital signs, if you didn't have access to the clinical records because it was a handwritten system after...
That time we will ask them.
Right.
Then they will tell us. Or if it is not done, we will tell them to do it and tell us immediately.
Right. Just give me one moment, Dr. Kakan. Yep. I may finish for today, but I'll just...
Couldn't access the notes from there.
Do you have a memory, Dr. Kakat, of doing a telehealth conference and simply not being able to access the clinical records in the handwritten form prior to the telehealth conference or consult?
I don't remember anything specifically.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Kakak. I do have more questions, but I note the time, and I'm hopeful that you're available to return on Monday.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, Dr. Kakat, that's as far as we can take your evidence today. As counsel has indicated, we'll pick up again on Monday morning, but for the time being, you can leave your seat in the witness box. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
I think my witness list is now superseded. I'm just wondering what the order is on Monday so I can make sure I've got the people here that you require.
Yes.
I was about to stand up and do that in any event, like I've done each afternoon. So Monday's batting order is that Dr. Kakat will be back in the witness box first to complete his evidence. Then Nurse Hayley Carpin will give evidence. And then after that, it's hoped that Dr. Anita Sharma will be available to give evidence.
Right. Very well, thank you. All right. In that case, then, I will adjourn until 10 o'clock on Monday morning.